Preface. No one is better than you. It is a lack of this knowledge that kept me grounded for the first 18 years of my life. My environment and cultural beliefs have taught me that only a chosen few become great and exceptional in life. Unfortunately for me, I followed the crowd, which led me to think that the successful people in my surrounding were chosen by God to be successful, while I was one of the unfortunate ones that was not chosen for greatness. The truth, however, was an exact contrast to this. The truth is that no one was better than me, and no one is still better than me. If they are better, it is only because they made themselves better, not because they were created better by God. God is a supreme leveler. Everyone was created with enough resource and potential to be great. None has been preferred over the other. Therefore, by the order of creation, no one is better than me or you. No one is better than you, but there is something they did that made them better. It starts from the belief system. When I used to believe that I was not chosen to be great, but God, of course, I was worse than everybody else, while the people who believed that they were better, and they were striving and working towards that, became exceptional while I remained ordinary. There is, however, a master key that could make anybody exceptional. That master key is what this book is about. In this book, I am handing over to you the master key, not just to know that no one is better than you, but to actually make you better than anyone else in your own area of calling. Friends, this is my 50th birthday gift to you. As part of my 50th birthday celebration, I have decided to publish 50 books. This book, No One Is Better Than You, is one of them. Go and explore. Go for gold. Be the best. For the love of God, Church and Nation, Dr. Sunday Adelaja. Introduction. Successful and unsuccessful people, rich and poor, young and old, male and female, single or married, everyone has got time in equal measure. However, the outcomes that people get in life are in no way equal. And this has got me wondering over the years, could it be that some are born to be great and others mediocre? Is money the major difference between people, or the work you do? Could it be the kind of mother or father you have? Maybe science will be able to prove that our genes are responsible for success. Or the kind of family you belong. Is it the country you were born in? Do you say God? Or destiny? I wish an answer to at least one of the questions above could be yes. But I'm sorry to burst your bubble, it's a capital N-O. It is a capital N-O because the only asset we were all born with, regardless of your religion, race, family background, work or citizenship, is time. Time is truly one of the most important assets that anyone can possess. It creates equality and gives access to equal potential for you and me too. Become whatever you wish to become. In fact, life itself is time. That is why we could describe people as having lived a number of years, for no one is better than you. Example: 70 years. Though we will not all live to die at the same age. But if you will live each 24 hours, maximizing and converting them into concrete value chain, you can become anything you wish to become. This is the foundation upon which this book is written. No one is better than you, they only converted better. The so-called idols we have, our mentors, celebrities, billionaires, the innovators and inventors of our age are not better than you, they've only converted their time better than you. Amongst many other differences, one of the major differences between successful and unsuccessful people is how much value they attach to time, and how they use their time. The best thing about time is that it is free. Not only is time a free resource, it is given to every person in equal measure per day. It is the only resource that you can truly say that everyone has got in equal measure. I know this last statement has become an underdefined cliché, but I don't feel that as many people think about what the sentence truly means. For a minute, I want you to pause and think about the statement: everyone has got time in equal measure. Bill Gates of Microsoft has got equal time as the man in Yobe State, Nigeria. Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook has got equal time as the computer programmer in Zambia. Abraham Lincoln had equal time as you. The fashion designers who make Italian suits have got equal time as the introduction tailor in ABA market, one of the biggest markets in eastern Nigeria. Richard Branson, Jack Ma, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, Warren Buffett, Thomas Edison, Aliko Dangote, Femi Otedola, Tony Elumelu, Ifeanyi Uba, Dr. Innocent Chukwuma of Innocent Motors, and the list goes on. None of these men have an additional second in a day. Then what is the difference? Why are their businesses booming and yours is still crawling? Why do they have so much success and money? Though different countries may have different time zones, we still have the same 24 hours. The same 13 years that transformed Dubai into a tourist and investment hub of the world is the same 13 years that Lagos had. What Dubai did with those 13 years is the difference between Dubai and Lagos today. Similarly, what the above-mentioned men and other high achievers you know did with their time is the difference between you and them. They valued their time more, they converted their time better, and they understood the currency of time. Time is life. Time is limited. Time is not forever. It is the medium of growth. Therefore, value it, convert it, invest it, maximize it, and you will become anything you wish to become. I will elaborate further on this topic in the succeeding pages of this book as I make plain to you the principles of converting, investing, and maximizing time. Truly, you will understand that no one is better than you, they've only converted better. Blessings. For the love of God, Church, and Nation. Sunday Adelaja. Chapter 1. You have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. No one is better than you. You have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. Congratulations! It is with great pleasure that I put together the wisdom nuggets contained in this book. Most definitely, you've not met me before, and I don't even know you either. But I believe so much in you with every fiber of my being to tell you that no one is better than you, they only converted their time better. I know you might want to giggle. No one is better than me. Yes, no one is better than you. Guess what? The people you look up to and idolize have converted their time into what you see and admire in them today. And the good news is you've got equal wealth as them too. Even though different countries on Earth and even within the same country there are different time zones, nevertheless, a day equals 24 hours in every nation on Earth. And every individual is entitled to this 24 hours, including you. That is the main reason I started by congratulating you, because you have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. You have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. Life itself cannot give you anything unless you really work for it. Life just gives you time and space, it's upon you to fill it with your dreams. Unknown, despite having equal access to the wealth of time, you will agree with me that statistics will try to prove me wrong, that no one is better than you. I know their facts and figures will prove that some people are actually better than you or some countries are better placed than the others. Definitely, you might want to go with the statisticians, but not until you are done reading this book. Now, let me show you what I mean. The gap between the rich and the poor. The wealth gap between the wealthy and everyone else has reached record high levels since the economic recovery from the Great Recession of 2007 to 2009, with a clear trajectory of increasing wealth for the upper income families and no wealth growth for the middle and lower income families. No one is better than you. A new Pew Research Center analysis of wealth finds the gap between the upper income and middle income families have reached its highest level on record. In 2013, the median wealth of the nation's upper income families, $639,400, was nearly 7 times the median wealth of middle income families, $96,500, the widest wealth gap seen in 30 years when the Federal Reserve began collecting these data. In the same light, between developed and developing countries, one can identify a variety of differences. This differentiation of countries, as developed and developing, is used to classify countries according to their economic status based on per capita income, industrialization, literacy rate, living standards, etc. IMF and World Bank have statistical measures for the convenience of classification. Developed countries have industrial growth and enjoy flourishing economy. Developed countries experience marked development and growth in the areas such as transportation, business, and education. Developed countries are not characterized by shortcomings. They are well developed in all fronts and are served well by water supplies, amenities, educational institutions, healthcare concerns. On the other hand, developing countries depend on the developed countries for help to establish their industries. They have only begun to taste the growth of the economy. Developing countries are in the beginning stages. You have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. Of development in the areas of education, business, and transportation. One of the reasons that the process of development garners so much attention is the stark divide between rich, developed, and poor, developing countries. The United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, rates countries' development annually according to its Human Development Index, HDI, which includes measurements of citizens' access to healthcare, educational attainment, and standards of living, among other factors. During 2012, the 5 countries with the highest HDI rankings were Norway, Australia, United States, Netherlands, and Germany, while the 5 countries with the lowest rankings were Niger, Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Chad, and Burkina Faso, all African countries. In fact, 37 of the 46 states ranked as having low human development are located in Africa. In contrast, 32 of the 47 states considered to be very high human development are found in Europe. Human Development Report 2013. As these figures demonstrate, development is often a highly localized issue, leading to great wealth disparities between distinct global regions. That's the more reason I told you earlier on that you will most likely agree with the statisticians. Because all these facts and figures given, no one is better than you, above has proven the title of this book wrong already. But don't be so quick to conclude. Let me tell you more. Do you know that the world's 85 richest people own assets with the same value as those owned by the poorer half of the world's population, or 3.5 billion people, including children? Oh. You mean you are not aware that the 10 richest Africans own as much as the poorest half of the continent? My dear friend, the same question keeps coming back. Who are these few individuals? Are they more intelligent than the rest? Is it a factor of their climate? Do they have 2 heads? Could it be their political system that is responsible? Maybe the top 5 European countries with the highest HDI pray better than the 5 African countries with the lowest HDI? Maybe the pastors in such countries are more anointed? Then what on earth could it be? I'll tell you. Time is the greatest wealth. When you were born, including every individual on earth with no exception, the rich and the poor, the developed and developing nations, black and white, the only thing we all have in equal measure is time. The moment a baby is born, the baby is given 24 hours. Time, therefore, is the greatest wealth that every one of us has been endowed with by God. You have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. Everything comes from time. You are a product of 9 months of conception. Similarly, you did not start walking or talking immediately after you were born. It took time to learn how to do these things. And this is the same thing in every nation and among every race on earth. The skills you have today took a lot of practice to perfect. Most of the things you do unconsciously today took time to develop. A skillful football player is a product of hours of practice. A skillful instrumentalist has a story to tell of his ordeal in rehearsals. You are a product of time. You might want to argue that some are born with special talents. True, in fact, very true. But you also need to differentiate between raw gold and refined gold. Raw gold is unattractive, dirty, difficult to find, and could even be trampled underfoot by anyone without knowing. But take the time to refine the same gold, and the price and value will amaze you. It is not enough to be born with special talents. Your value will skyrocket if those talents of yours are refined and polished. Refining gold involves removing impurities from the raw gold, and it must have spent hours in a hot burning furnace. The hours spent in refining this gold is what changed the value from a dirty, unattractive stone to an expensive jewelry. It is the conversion of time that refines raw talents into world-acclaimed celebrities. It is the investment of time. No one is better than you. Into perfecting a skill or skills that give birth to celebrities, billionaires, inventors, entrepreneurs, Olympic gold medalists, and so on. It is the conversion of time that divides people into class. It is this same conversion of time that creates disparities between the developed and the underdeveloped countries in the world. Time, therefore, is the greatest wealth. And you have it at your disposal irrespective of your economic status, race, or class. Time is the coin of your life. It is the only coin you have, and only you can determine how it will be spent. Be careful lest you let other people spend it for you. Carl Sandburg. The secret to all great achievements. You have the greatest wealth at your disposal, my dear friend, and I will show you with an example of how a man converted this wealth of time. The following chapters are also littered with how different individuals converted their time, and this will be an invaluable lesson for you. The people you adore, the celebrities we celebrate, converted this wealth of time into a concrete and measurable form. The same goes for the countries that have been tagged developed nations. You have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. Here is an example of a man who was quick to recognize and harness the potential wealth of time. Though he had a rough childhood in South Africa, but he invested his time into learning how to code on computers. He read 10 hours per day, and even runs out of the house to read in libraries. In so doing, he read the entire Encyclopedia Britannica. Rich people have small TVs and big libraries, and poor people have small libraries and big TVs. Zig Ziglar. The investment of his time began to yield tremendous results for him and the world at large as he learned how to build rockets from the books he read. He is the co-founder of PayPal, Tesla Motors, and Solar City, and he is also the founder of SpaceX. His astounding success has given rise to comparisons to the likes of Steve Jobs, Howard Hughes, Henry Ford, and Bill Gates. Amid an often difficult childhood, he developed a relentless work ethic. He is known to work as many as 80 to 100 hours per week with a tenacious single-minded vision. His name is Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the second entrepreneur from Silicon Valley. The first was James H. Clark, who managed to run 3 companies which exceed $1 billion. PayPal. No one is better than you. SpaceX and Tesla Motors. Musk is dedicated to space exploration and discovery of innovative technologies for alternative energy solutions. This has led to the development of Tesla's electric cars and solar-powered houses. Musk plays under different rules, and he is very successful. His character is described by perseverance, critical thinking, and a large dose of self-criticism. The combination of such a character and the many hours invested in his work, 80 to 100 hours per week, and personal development has achieved impressive results. We are weighed down, every moment, by the conception and the sensation of time. And there are but two means of escaping and forgetting this nightmare: pleasure and work. Pleasure consumes us. Work strengthens us. Let us choose. Charles Baudelaire. His story attests to the fact that time invested converts an illiterate into a scholar. Time invested converts a pauper into a wealthy man. Time converted, invested and maximized converts a startup business into a corporation. It also proves that if you convert your time into learning, you will be wise. If you convert your time into acquiring skills, you will be skillful. If you convert you have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. Time into acquiring business skills, you will rub shoulders with the likes of Walmart, Amazon, eBay, and ShopRite. As a voracious reader, he was able to teach himself how to code to the level of a computer programmer. While his mates and friends are sleeping and playing around, he invested his time. The difference in people is what they do with their time. While you are sleeping, they are busy converting their time. While you are talking and yelling around, while you are blaming the government of your country, and your uncle or those that refuse to help you, they are busy converting their time into concrete products and services. Just as Elon Musk is known today as the great inventor and entrepreneur, you are what you are today because of how you've spent your time. You are a product of how you've spent your time. 10 hours a day invested in reading has made a difference that is evident to all. It has led to the establishment of 3 different companies. It has also given birth to an innovator, an inventor, an entrepreneur, and a billionaire. This is the secret to all great achievements: conversion. The more time you invest, the better you become at that thing. You can be anything you want to be, it all depends on how you convert your time. No one is better than you. You are a product of how you've used your time. Time is the one thing we possess. Our success depends upon the use of our time, and its byproduct, the odd moment. Arthur Brisbane. Herein lies the secret of all great achievements: time. Time converts people into whatever you see today. You are a product of how you've used your time. Nothing happens automatically. At the age of 10, Musk was introduced to computers with the Commodore VIC-20. He quickly learned how to program, and at the age of 12, he sold a game called Blaster to Spectra Video for $500. He read voraciously and was also an avid fan of comics. Self-described as a bookworm and something of a smart aleck, he was bullied in school and withdrew into his books at the expense of his social life. At the age of 24, he and his brother Kimball launched Elon's first company, Zip2, a provider of internet platform solutions for media companies. Zip2 was able to win contracts with companies such as the New York Times and the Chicago Tribune. In 1999, Compaq bought Zip2 for $307 million in cash and $34 million in stock. You have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. You may describe him as wealthy today. In fact, it is projected that Elon Musk might just be the first to hit the $1 trillion mark as in net worth. But how did he get there? Was he born with those ideas? Was he born with that money? Was he a computer programmer from the womb? Absolutely not. He learned it. He invested his time to become what he is. He developed his mind to begin to think innovatively and in a way that solves problems. But it did not happen until after those days and hours invested in the library. Will you now call this a miracle? It is not a miracle. It is a conscious process of conversion. Interestingly, we all have the same amount of time, including you and me. You have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. Having time is being wealthy. Elon Musk aims to work in the areas he has identified as crucial to our future, specifically the internet, the transition to renewable energy sources, and space colonization. With his work with PayPal, Tesla Motors, SolarCity, and SpaceX, he has defied critics and made advances in all 3 of these frontiers. With all these achievements to his name, he did not have more than 24 hours on any single day. The difference between Musk and a lot of us is what he did with the 24 hours he was given. No one is better than you. Being rich is having money, being wealthy is having time. Margaret Bonanno. Time is the greatest wealth. Time is the greatest commodity. It is the greatest blessing. It is the greatest treasure that heaven has given to all of us. It is the greatest capital for any business. Think of what you do with your time on a daily basis. Do you value your time? How do you spend your time? Do you waste your time? Time equals life, therefore, waste your time, and you waste your life, or master your time, and you master your life. Alan Lakean. If you waste your time, you waste your life. This is because time is life. Life is measured in seconds, minutes, hours, years, and so on. Therefore, a minute wasted is a part of life gone. Consciously guard your time, and you will be guarding your life. Wasting time is actually an abuse. If you don't want to abuse yourself, if you don't want to abuse your life, the best thing to do is to begin to value every minute of your day. You have the greatest wealth at your disposal already. Time is the greatest wealth that we've all been given in equal measure despite our differences. It is the only wealth everyone on earth is born with. And it can become whatever you convert it to be. You are a product of how you've invested your time. If you've been wasting your time, or you've been investing your time, the result is actually staring at you right now. What you are is a product of what you've invested your time in. In the next chapter, we will better understand the concept of time. Subsequently, you will also see how poor management of this undersourced natural resource called time can become the bane of development to a nation. Maybe then you will understand why 37 of the 46 states ranked as having low human development are located in Africa. Nuggets. 1. The people you look up to and idolize have converted their time into what you see and admire in them today. And the good news is you've got equal wealth as them too. 2. When you were born, including every individual on earth with no exception, the rich and the poor, the developed and developing nations, black and white, the only thing we all have in equal measure is time. 3. Time is the greatest wealth that every one of us has been endowed with by God. For it is the conversion of time that refines raw talents into world-acclaimed celebrities. It is the investment of time into perfecting a skill or skills that give birth to celebrities, billionaires, inventors, entrepreneurs, Olympic gold medalists, and so on. 5. The people you adore, the celebrities we celebrate converted this wealth of time into a concrete and measurable form. The same goes for the countries that have been tagged developed nations. 6. The difference in people is what they do with their time. 7. If you waste your time, you waste your life. This is because time is life. Chapter 2. Understanding the concept of time. No one is better than you. Understanding the concept of time. The concept of time can be viewed as a continuum extending from the past to the present through to the future, in which events happen in an irreversible progression. Using this understanding, time can be quantified using numbers in various units ranging from seconds to years. This is the commonest way in which we often refer to the concept of time. I will really like you to pay close attention to the definition of time above. Especially the last phrase that says, events happen in an irreversible progression. Maybe this will help you pay the required attention to your life. There is only one time that is important now. It is the most important time because it is the only time that we have any power. Leo Tolstoy. So much destruction has been caused in the world. The 2 world wars have been there. Atomic bombs have been dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It seemed as if the country of Japan would be destroyed, its economy would never be able to recover. This caused a lot of havoc, but it happened in time, and it is irreversible. It has happened. Understanding the concept of time. But time didn't come to a standstill. It progressed. Japan is one of the leading nations of the world today. This is because the Japanese didn't wait for the time, rather they acted. Similarly, what you do with your time today will happen in an irreversible progression. Therefore, you have to be on guard for your time. It is an irreplaceable wealth. It is a wealth that once spent cannot be regained. Time doesn't give you chances. There are no retakes in real life. Time teaches you with experience, but it has been called the cruelest teacher. Why? Because it never waits and you can't change your actions later. Time is like the sand fast pouring out of your hands. It is just like the onion being layer after layer, and in the end, you find there's nothing remaining in it. It's now or never. So like Henry Wadsworth Longfellow says, let us, then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate, still achieving, still pursuing, learn to labor and to wait. Time waits for no one. Time goes on passing without caring for anybody and anything. It has no regard or consideration for anybody. No one is better than you. Time symbolizes valuable opportunity. It occurs without any notice. The essence of the proverb is that opportunities do not wait for anyone. No one can command or foretell their occurrence. If you fully understand this, it means that every second you waste or every minute you refuse to invest is a second farther away from your greatness. Likewise, every second you invest or maximize is a step closer to your greatness. The bad news is time flies. The good news is you're the pilot. Michael Althsoler, are you moving closer to your greatness or farther away? Check what you are doing with your time. Is that the best use of this wealth God gave you? Time and chance. The people you respect and envy are doing something every minute that is moving them closer to their greatness. Likewise, the nations you respect and want to live in are investing their time to produce valuable products for their development daily. And this is a major difference between you and them. This is why they appear to be better than you. Because truly they are. Not, and in fact, no one is better than you. It all depends on how each individual converts their time. Understanding the concept of time. The wisest man who ever lived had this to say about time: yet another thing I observed under the sun is that races aren't won by the swift or battles by the strong, and that food doesn't go to the wise or wealth to the intelligent or favor to the experts. Rather, time and chance rule them all. Eccle, 9:11, CJB. King Solomon raises an important subject in this text. He rightly observed that success in any area of human endeavor is not always determined by the natural skill or endowment of the person or group of persons involved, because there are a lot of skillful artists that died in mediocrity. There are also a lot of skillful writers and music composers that we don't know of. There are a lot of motivational speakers who never knew what it meant to be on the stage. No wonder Miles Monroe rightly said, "The wealthiest places in the world are not gold mines, oil fields, diamond mines, or banks. The wealthiest place is the cemetery. There lies companies that were never started, masterpieces that were never painted. In the cemetery there is buried the greatest treasure of untapped potential." Ordinarily, you will expect the fastest man to win the race. You will expect the more intelligent people to be. No one is better than you. The ones to attract the greatest riches and a man of wisdom to be able to meet his own needs. Unfortunately, we live in a world where this is far from the reality, because conversion of time decides greatness. However, King Solomon submits that the common denominator that determines whether or not people of natural endowment meet with success is the factors of time and chance. In fact, he says these factors rule over all the others. It is, therefore, important to understand how time plays a role in achieving success, and how to take advantage of it. If time rules over every other thing, it, therefore, means that time is more important than where you come from. It, therefore, means that time is more important than the language you speak. It, therefore, means that time is more important than the color of your skin. It, therefore, means that if I have time, then I can be great and every other person on earth can also be. Then, how come only a few are great? How come only a few are great? This will take us to the story of George Eschen, who against all odds achieved great feats for himself. In spite of all the troubles and the challenges he had to overcome, he has distinguished himself as one of the best. Understanding the concept of time. George Eschen, a motivational speaker, life coach and peak performance consultant, is the Chief Inspirational Officer of PowerMinds Community, a human development organization. He is the first in Nigeria to be designated peak performance consultant. This dynamic, fast-paced, insightful punch-liner is any audience's want. If you live in the southern part of Nigeria, you probably may have heard this name somewhere. It's either you have heard his radio program, watched him on television, read his article on a national daily, or attended one of his seminars. He has been a motivational speaker since 1999. He actually became a professional speaker in 2005. By that I mean he started earning from speaking engagements from that year. His story is actually an interesting one, and I would like to share it with you, hoping that it will cause a severe stir in you to reawaken your time consciousness, and that you will begin to see yourself from a different perspective, that no one is better than you. Also, it will help you to better understand that the only reason why only a few are great is because only a few individuals actually engage in converting their time into concrete end products. No one is better than you. Focus on becoming the best. In the year 2007, he raised N1,000,000,000 million naira, approximately US $7,000, to begin his media, training and publishing business. He was 25 years old, just out from the university, bustling with enthusiasm and consumed with the zeal to invest and maximize his greatest wealth, time. He plunged into business with a lot of hope and expectation, just like any other youth of his age. He worked very hard at converting every minute of his life into learning all he could about public speaking. The rather unfortunate thing was that barely 1 year after he had raised N1 million naira, he was bankrupt and indebted to the tune of N1.5 million. He described it as a very humbling experience. Like a lot of people today, he saw himself constantly running away and avoiding his creditors. Definitely, he was behind on his bills, couldn't pay the office rent and owing his employees. As a matter of fact, at one time, as narrated, he had to squat with a friend because he could not pay for the flat he was staying. His fiancée, the one he had promised to marry, left him, even though he had gone as far as doing an introduction to the family. Certain people started advising him that he needed to pray, that he needed serious prayers, that how could he be so intelligent but not make progress? They even offered special prayers for him. Understanding the concept of time, his contemporaries were moving forward. You know that awkward feeling you have seeing your contemporaries getting married, buying cars, having children, even building houses, and you seemingly staying in one spot? That is how George felt. A certain pastor even once told him that his life was in a mess. And he almost believed him because he was such a popular pastor in his town and one who had a great influence in his life. It was a challenging period of his life. But he learned one thing in those periods: to focus on making himself better, skill-wise, rather than looking at the mounting issues, debts, and problems. To focus on converting the only asset he has into concrete value. And that was the greatest resolve he made in those periods. He made up his mind to be the very best and rub shoulders with the greatest in his field. He decided to be so good that when people think about his field, George Eshin comes to mind. Now, even if I lose everything I have, I will use this same principle. I will focus on being better, skill-wise and perhaps character-wise, rather than focus on the problems. Jim Rohn said it perfectly. He said, "Don't wish for fewer challenges. Wish you were better. Don't wish for fewer problems. Wish for more skills. Things will not change unless you first change. No one is better than you. Become a better version of yourself." One of the skills George Eshin focused on was public speaking, presentation, persuasion, and negotiation. In fact, he worked hard to master the entire mechanics and dynamics of communication, oral and written. As narrated by him, I remember going to meet Abong Eshin, a leading motivational speaker in Nigeria, to learn how he was raking in so much money doing training and speaking engagements. I also met best-selling author Praise George to share with me his ideas on effective book writing and sales. I met with Adelaja-NO, a financial consultant and MLM expert, and asked him questions. They all kept saying that communication, written and oral, was actually the most important skill I should develop. My quest to develop this skill of written and oral communication to appreciable level caused me to spend countless hours on the internet devouring hundreds of materials on public speaking, persuasion, copywriting, and negotiation. I attended scores of seminars and meetings and watched presenters. I read and studied hundreds of copies and sales letters. I watched hundreds of videos and personally practiced before the mirror again and again. I created and staged scenarios and imagined delivering on point always before any audience. Understanding the concept of time. Meanwhile, I was still struggling financially. I was still behind on my bills. But like I said, I chose to focus on converting my time into developing these skills rather than on the mounting issues. No matter who you are, no matter what you did, no matter where you've come from, you can always change, become a better version of yourself. Madonna George Eschen actually became a better version of himself, as we will see here. In a few years, George started getting some headway. He reduced his debt. He found his way to being on a local TV, and did motivational speeches for free on air. He found a way to write for local newspapers and magazines, and contributed to a national daily. Some churches invited him to give presentations for little or nothing. He accepted every invitation. He said, "My goal was to use all these platforms in time to create a brand and also improve myself." Though his business was still struggling seriously, but he found a way to keep it going. When he didn't have an office, he used a friend's place as his contact address. When his friend kicked him out, he used a cyber cafe that he patronized regularly as his contact, and did a lot of online interactions. Sometimes, he met clients at fast food restaurants. He just kept finding ways. You know there was. No one is better than you. This temptation to give up on several occasions. As a matter of fact, he almost did. Conversion is the key to greatness. You are essentially who you create yourself to be, and all that occurs in your life is the result of your own making. Stephen Richards. Don't be deceived to believe otherwise. If you can invest your time into perfecting your skills, you can only get better and better. You are responsible for your success. This proved to be true when, after George Eschen invested hours and years into perfecting his skills, he became a multi-millionaire through a 30-minute competition. All those years of honing his skills in writing presentations and perfecting his public speaking skills paid off. It made him a millionaire by winning a single competition. From a 30-minute presentation, he moved from being one who was managing, one who was being ridiculed, one who was just getting by, to one who could call China and negotiate the cost of machines in millions. That is the power of conversion. Understanding the concept of time. Why did I share this story? I shared this story to let you know that mere conversion of your time can change your story. I actually shared this story to inspire you. I shared this story so you can know that you are not alone in your situation. To let you know that no one is better than you, and to let you know that you are truly a product of how you've spent your time. George Eschen converted his time, and he has seen the results, and he is still converting. If after all his trials and period of conversion, he became an achiever, I absolutely believe in you, and I know for sure that you should actually be an achiever as well. No matter what. A good investment of your time. Have you made such resolve to be the best at what you do? If not, what are you waiting for? When will you start converting your time into tangible and concrete value? Don't tell me you are still waiting for the government to fix the economy before you start. Until you make such resolve, greatness will still be just a mirage in fiction. This is applicable to any area of life, be it business, economy, finance, education, entertainment, politics, sports, and so on. No one is better than you. As a matter of fact, when last did you invest hours into something you are passionate about? When last did you watch videos and attend seminars just to be the best at what you do? George Eschen watched hundreds of videos and read thousands of sales letters. Elon Musk read for hours. It wasn't a miracle. It was a purposeful move towards greatness. And that is not all, he also spent hours studying and improving himself. Do you even search the internet for topics relating to your field for the sole purpose of improving yourself? How many books have you devoured on this area of your life? What movies have you watched on how to become a better entrepreneur? How many leadership books have you read? Are you always on social media just for the fun of it, or information hunting and networking? All these questions are pointers that will help you know if you are wasting, spending, or investing your time. A good investment of your time is studying to become better at what you do daily. Incorporating this attitude into your daily routine is a good use of your time. Not until then will you be able to boldly say that you value your time and therefore you value your life. Understanding the concept of time. Value time. Value yourself. Time is actually the richest and the most potent wealth we've been given by God. God has endowed us with so much wealth, and the greatest wealth you could think of is not the wealth of gold, silver, diamond, oil, or money. The greatest wealth that you could think of is the wealth of time. Time is the greatest thing that you have because time itself is equal to life. Time is more than money. Time is more than gold. Time is more than precious stones. Our life is a totality of time. If a child is born, sooner or later we begin to refer to the child as 10 years old or 20 years old. This 10 or 20 years that we refer to is a subtotal of time. So if I say I'm almost 50 years old, that is a subtotal of the amount of time that I have lived. So that time equals my life. So whatever you do with your time is what you do with your life. If you waste your time, you are actually wasting your life. If you value your time, you value your life. If you want other people to value and respect you, you must value your time. You respect yourself by respecting your time. No one is better than you. We must use time as a tool, not as a crutch. John F. Kennedy. Think of what a nation like Nigeria does with time. Think of how a continent like Africa values time. We even have what is called Nigerian or African time, which will be discussed fully in the next chapter. African time is a nonchalant attitude towards time or poor time management common among Africans. And we are quick to defend ourselves with this, whenever we go late to an occasion. This is a way we've undervalued time as a nation and as a continent. But that is about to change. So get ready for a mind shift. Understanding the concept of time. Nuggets. 1. The concept of time can be viewed as a continuum extending from the past to the present through to the future, in which events happen in an irreversible progression. 2. Time is an irreplaceable wealth. It is a wealth that once spent cannot be regained. 3. There are no retakes in real life. Time teaches you with experience, but it has been called the cruelest teacher. Why? Because it never waits and you can't change your actions later. For the people you respect and envy are doing something every minute that is moving them closer to their greatness. 5. If you can invest your time into perfecting your skills, you can only get better and better. You are responsible for your success. 6. A good investment of your time is studying to become better at what you do daily. 7. God has endowed us with so much wealth, and the greatest wealth you could think of is not the wealth of gold, silver, diamond, oil, or money. The greatest wealth that you could think of is the wealth of time. Chapter 3. The cancer called African time. No one is better than you. The cancer called African time. Several years ago, a friend was launching a book, and I was invited to the event, which was some 5 kilometers from my office. The invitation signaled a start time of 6:30 p.m. And yet, by 6 p.m. I was still trying to navigate my way past the snail-paced traffic just a stone's throw from my office. As we waited for the police to untangle the gridlock, the discussion shifted to what has largely become known around the world over as African time. Wikipedia even has an entry for this phenomenon, terming it the tendency to have a relaxed attitude to time. All events begin late: our meetings, parties, naming ceremonies, church services, etc. Heck, brides and grooms arrive at their own weddings late. And this topic has been trivialized because of the value we give to our time as Africans. Furthermore, to illustrate the meaning of African time, if you get an invitation to an event in Lagos, Abuja, Accra, or Harare, don't make the mistake of arriving on time. If the invitation says a ceremony starts at 4 p.m., take your time and show up at least an hour later. The cancer called African time. And, possibly, by 6 p.m., you could still be on time for the start of the event, thanks to African time. Or, if the chief guest is delayed, then arriving around 7 p.m. could mean you are still too early. You must have been warned against letting the golden hours slip by, but some of them are golden only because we let them slip by. J.M. Barry, this same attitude is now widespread even in the workforce. Little did we all know that whatever we do with our time is what we do with our lives. We have not come to realize that this attitude can tell on the economy of a nation. If only you know that if you waste your time, you are actually wasting your life. If you value your time, you value your life. Permit me to buttress this point using the gross domestic product as an illustration. The gross domestic product. In the US, you have to make money, otherwise, you are nobody. If you have 40 years of earning capacity, and you want to make $4 million, that means $100,000 per annum. If you can achieve this in 250 working days, that comes to $400 a day or $50 an hour. No one is better than you. With this orientation, average Americans can say that their time costs $50 an hour. They understood the power and secret of conversion. Americans also talk about wasting, spending, budgeting, and saving time because of the value they place on their time. And because of what they know it can produce for them when properly deployed. Watches are so named as a remainder. If you don't watch carefully what you do with your time, it will slip away from you. Terry Gillimetz, now consider this. How much does our time cost us as a nation? Have we ever sat down to calculate what we lose by our poor time management skills? Do we even value our time at all? The secret to improving Nigeria's GDP as a nation and any nation in the world lies with each and every one reading this to actively get involved in the conversion of their time into concrete value. It is high time we understood the value of this wealth called time. As much as lies within your capacity, make a commitment to seeing that time is being converted every minute into a concrete value. The gross domestic product, GDP, is one of the primary indicators used to gauge the health of a country's economy. It represents the total dollar value of all goods and services produced over a specific time period. The cancer called African time. Can think of it as the size of the economy. Usually, GDP is expressed as a comparison to the previous quarter or year. For example, if the year-to-year GDP is up 3%, this is thought to mean that the economy has grown by 3% over the last year. Measuring GDP is complicated, which is why we leave it to the economists, but at its most basic, the calculation can be done in one of two ways, either by adding up what everyone earned in a year, income approach, or by adding up what everyone spent, expenditure method. Logically, both measures should arrive at roughly the same total. The income approach, which is sometimes referred to as GDP, is calculated by adding up total compensation to employees, gross profits for incorporated and non-incorporated firms, and taxes less any subsidies. The expenditure method is the more common approach, and is calculated by adding total consumption, investment, government spending, and net exports. Taking this into consideration, where do you think Nigeria or other African nations stand on the scale? Does Nigeria even have any company worthy of mention that meets international standards and exports goods and services? When I say companies, I mean indigenous companies, found and run by Nigerians. Your guess is as good as mine. Notably, Dangote Group of companies, Innocent Motors, and a host of others have been playing their part for the nation's economy. Meanwhile, this chapter is about you. It's about our time management skills. It's about no one is better than you. The value we place on our time. It's about that cancer called African time that is eating us up as a continent. What we lose to African time. As one can imagine, economic production and growth, what GDP represents, has a large impact on nearly everyone within that economy. For example, when the economy is healthy, you will typically see low unemployment and wage increases as businesses demand labor to meet the growing economy. A significant change in GDP, whether up or down, usually has a significant effect on the stock market. It's not difficult to understand why a bad economy usually means lower profits for companies, which in turn means lower stock prices. Investors really worry about negative GDP growth, which is one of the factors economists use to determine whether an economy is in a recession. Now take a look at this illustration. The table below illustrates the GDP in US dollars of the United States of America and Nigeria for a period of 5 years, 2007 to 2011. The cancer called African time. This is not some mathematical class, so relax, I am driving at a point. You will notice that most of the developed countries in the world are countries that value their time. While most of these countries are in the trillions of dollars in GDP, most of the developing countries in Africa are battling in the range of the billions. Let me put more light on this point. If we have 20 working days in a month, that means we have 240 working days in a year. Country/year United States Nigeria 2007 14.99 trillion 166.45 billion 2008 14.58 trillion 208.07 billion 2009 14.54 trillion 169.48 billion 2010 14.94 trillion 369.06 billion 2011 15.19 trillion 411.74 billion. Suppose a Nigerian or an African man who is diseased with this menace called African time goes late to work 1 hour every day. That is, when he is supposed to resume work by 8 a.m. in the morning, he gets to work by 9 a.m. This means 240 hours, which is supposed to be invested in productive work, is lost annually, thanks to African time. No one is better than you. Let's go further. If we have 8 working hours each day, the 240 hours lost annually by one man that should have been invested in productive work equals 1 month, i.e. 30 days of work hours. If we go by the 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we have 4 weeks in a month. This is even more than the normal 20 days you have to work in a month. By the time this man now works for about 12 years in the civil service, the country has successfully lost a whole year of productive work hours. This is because each year, he loses 30 days of work hours. How did I arrive at this? I'll explain again. We have 20 work days in a month. 8 working hours per day. If he comes late to work every day for 1 hour, that equals 20 hours lost in a month. In 12 months, i.e. 1 year, this equals 240 hours, that is 20 hours in 1 month multiplied by 12 months. If you now divide this 240 hours by the normal 8 hours he is supposed to work each day, you will arrive at 30 days. Because 240 divided by 8 equals 30. To put it simply, for every 8 working days, the man did not work for 1 day out of the possible 8 days, because he comes late for 1 hour each day. The cancer called African time. By the time this same man has spent about 12 years in the civil service, he must have successfully buried 1 whole year in the cemetery of African time. This is because 30 days of work are lost each year, so if you multiply this 30 days by 12, that will give us one calendar year. If you waste time, surely time will waste you. If you kill time, you'll bury opportunities. African proverb. This is just an example of one man in a workforce of millions of Africans with the same attitude to time. What a tragedy! Now imagine what becomes of the economy of such a nation. African time should be invested, not lost. While the Americans and other developed nations invest this same amount of time into productive value, those who have been eaten up by this so-called cancer African time are losing it. So tell me why these nations won't struggle in the billions of dollars as GDP? How can development and growth happen, when instead of investing the greatest wealth God endowed every nation on earth with, we are throwing it away? I need an answer, please. No one is better than you. Lost time is never found again. Benjamin Franklin let me throw more light on this. Let's even say that 1 hour costs $10. So, if one man loses 240 hours a year, that equals $2,400 being lost each year. Millions of individuals in the workforce have this attitude. But let's just pick 1 million people as an average. Therefore, $2,400,000,000, $2.4 billion, will be lost each year. It could be more because we imagined 1 hour costs $10, and about 1 million people are late. The workforce is definitely more than 1 million people in Nigeria, and 1 hour might cost more than $10. If a nation that wants to develop loses $2.4 billion, instead of investing this, what becomes of that nation? Somebody, please tell me how to compete and rub shoulders with nations who value their time, if African time exists. We've not even spoken about how much is lost to corruption. I've not even mentioned what is lost through mismanagement and lack of efficiency in our systems. It may also interest you to know that Nigeria's real gross domestic product, GDP, declined significantly from $573 billion in 2014 to $483 billion in 2015, representing more than 14% drop in 1 year. Anyway, this didn't come as a surprise to me. The cancer called African time. Because a nation that loses billions of US dollars due to African time, how much more will she lose when corruption comes to play? How much more will be lost when the systems in government are not efficient? Don't get me wrong here, I'm not out to bash Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian from Ogun State specifically. I grew up in Nigeria and left the shores of Nigeria when I was 19 years old due to a scholarship I got to study in the Soviet Union about 30 years ago. And I am more committed to Nigeria now, more than ever. I am committed to seeing Nigeria change and be transformed. That is the more reason I am writing to inform and educate you, that no nation on earth is better than us. If we can fix this African time issue alone, the economy of Nigeria will take a drastic turn that it will amaze everyone and sundry. It's a wake-up call. If we can guard our losses, tighten up on our time consciousness, we can transform the nation. You and I can transform the continent. This is not about the government now, it's about you. It's about me. It's about us investing what we lose due to African time. This thing called African time is an emergency that is out to crush the economy of Africa, and we must fight it. No one is better than you. It took individuals like Elon Musk, Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, Bill Gates, Microsoft co-founder, Steve Jobs, Apple co-founder, who worked tirelessly, investing every single second of the day to change the face of America. They are individuals with similar stories of growing up just like you and me, who invested their time and are now strengthening the economy of their nation. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Barack Obama, the onus is on you and I, and we must take up this challenge. I want to cause a revolution in your mind. African time is deadly. It is a major cancer that has been eating up our economy. We must fight it. Say no to African time. If you must work, go to work early. You must begin from now to say no to late coming. You must start right now to invest your time. Time is the greatest wealth you have. This time can be converted into anything you want. If invested in thinking, it can produce ideas. If invested in skills, it can make you skillful. If invested in practice, it can make you an expert. The cancer called African time. Nobody is born wise. African proverb, my dear friend, geniuses are not born, they are made, they are products of time conversion. Ask Michael Jordan. Ask Elon Musk. Same amount of time with everyone on earth, but we have different results. Same amount of time, but we experience different levels of wealth. Same amount of time, different levels of greatness. If you want to lead an extraordinary life, find out what the ordinary do, and don't do it. Tommy Newberry, it's not about just working but working effectively. Seek for ways to do business better. Seek for ways to study better. Don't be comfortable with doing something average. Be extraordinary. Be excellent. Use your time for creating value. Add value to yourself. Seek to improve your business and brand. Seek for better ways to do your job. Improve on existing products. No one is better than you. Aggressively convert your time. I am not saying the conversion of our time is the sole solution to our economy woes. Here is what I am saying. If the 240 hours lost to African time were to be invested in education, how many kids will be able to read and write? If this same number of hours were to be invested in our manufacturing industries today, where will it be? What of the technology sector? Imagine how many programmers can become experts at what they do by investing 240 hours a year. Imagine the number of cars that could be produced or buildings that could be erected within this time. Imagine how many books you can read with this time to develop and expand your mind. What if you invest this 1 hour every day into just thinking about ideas that will transform our banking sector? What if the idea of the next Facebook or Twitter is just hidden in African time that we allow wasting without converting it? Converting our time more effectively might not save the economy or improve the country's GDP completely, but it will certainly better our lots as a nation and as a continent. At least it is pretty obvious that if we will convert our time and make better use of our time, we can go from where we are right now as a nation and as a continent to a better place. It is obvious that if we will put our time into maximum use, we can take a step closer to our promised land. The cancer called African time. When you invest your time, you make a goal and a decision of something that you want to accomplish. Whether it makes good grades in school, be a good athlete, be a good person, go down and do some community service and help somebody who's in need, whatever it is you choose to do, you're investing your time in that. Nick Saban, if you can make this a habit to be more time conscious and engage aggressively in converting your time, you will realize that no one is better than you, they only converted their time better. This is the difference between the rich and the poor. This is the difference between excellence and mediocrity. This is the difference between developed and developing nations, time conversion. In the next chapter, I'll elaborate more on the secret of conversion. I will also explain more on African time and the way forward for Nigeria as a nation and Africa as a continent. Even though you are not an African, the secret of conversion is a universal principle that can make you whoever you want to be in life and in any nation on earth. So, don't stop here. Nuggets. 1. African time is the tendency to have a relaxed attitude to time. 2. Most of the developed countries in the world are countries that value their time. 3. If a nation that wants to develop loses $2.4 billion, instead of investing this, what becomes of that nation? 4. If we can guard our losses, tighten up on our time consciousness, we can transform the nation. You and I can transform the continent. This is not about the government now, it's about you. It's about me. 5. If you must work, go to work early. You must begin from now to say no to late coming. You must start right now to invest your time. 6. Geniuses are not born, they are made, they are products of time conversion. 7. Converting our time more effectively might not save the economy or improve the country's GDP completely, but it will certainly better our lots as a nation and as a continent. At least it is pretty obvious that if we will convert our time and make better use of our time, we can go from where we are right now as a nation and as a continent to a better place. Chapter 4. The secret of conversion. No one is better than you. The secret of conversion. Time is what we want most, but what we use worst. William Penn. This is so true. We all want more and more time, but when we get it, what do you do with it? You trivialize it. You while away time. You spend it. Then, you become envious of those who have maximized their time. You begin to envy those who have invested their time into adding value to themselves. You aspire to be like those who have maximized their time. You become the fan while they become the real players. You work for them, while they become the employers of labor. While in the real sense, they aren't better than you, they only converted their time better. Time has been abused. It has been trivialized. African time is a gross abuse of this universal wealth. We need a rethink. There is a desperate need for a paradigm shift in the continent of Africa. Time must be converted. It must be maximized. The wealth contained in time must be harnessed. The potential to become anything hidden in time must be utilized. And the secret of conversion. The only way to do this is through conversion, investing in maximizing the 24 hours we all have each day. What do I mean by conversion? Conversion is a measure of how much you are able to convert your time into added value. Your net worth depends on your added value. Not allowing time to pass without converting it into added value is what creates your worth and your wealth. We are not life wasters. A man who dares to waste 1 hour of time has not discovered the value of life. Charles Darwin. I am addressing this African time issue for a reason. Lateness to events and trivializing time has become widespread, and when asked why, we Nigerians will nonchalantly declare that African time, as the name implies, is part of who we are. But I say, God forbid. This is not who we are. It is not a part of our culture. We are not time wasters. We are not life wasters. We are better than this. This is not who God made us to be. No one is better than you. Apart from chuckling this down as a cultural trait that most Africans possess, how else can we explain why Nigerians, as well as a lot of other nationalities, persistently come late to events? Who will explain what makes us go late to appointments or meetings? Or what delays you from making it to work at 8 a.m.? The notion that Africa is full of horror stories is progressively changing. But in this part of the world, in spite of the good news, we are still widely derided for our frustrating time-keeping skills, and this, according to researchers, explains our laxity and the recurrence of challenges on the continent. It's high time we stop this naughtiness. Our lawmakers have their own African time, quite different from the Western time. When they invite witnesses for a meeting at 10 a.m., they take it that 10 a.m. could be anywhere up to 11:30 a.m. or slightly after. It seems our leaders don't wait for time, rather, time waits for them. But how are we going to progress as a country with leaders who cannot even manage time? Since we know that time is wealth and time is life, it's high time we stop this naughtiness. In fact, the saying that latecomers eat bones does not apply in Parliament, because even latecomers get allowances. The secret of conversion. This is theft. In fact, for many, they have adopted the saying better late than never, a complete opposite of William Shakespeare's better 3 hours too soon than a minute late. They forget that better late than never is always a consolation for a shameless person who has lost a lifetime opportunity. In the same light, it is not eyebrow-raising in Nigeria for residents of a district far from the capital to turn up as early as 6 a.m. at a venue where their president is expected to visit them. They wait all day, only for the president to turn up at 5 p.m. and, instead of an apology, tell them he was delayed by other important state duties. To rub salt into injury, the president's handlers will rush everyone to compress a whole day's program into 1 hour. And then, when he steps up to speak, he will spend more than an hour on the podium with little regard for the time of those who have to travel long distances back home. However, the blanket condemnation of Africans as poor timekeepers does not mean that there are no good timekeepers in Africa. This does not mean that we don't have people who know the value of their time. This doesn't mean that we don't have people who still convert their time into concrete value chains, and you will come across some of them in the course of reading this book. No one is better than you. I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf, and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. J.R.R. Tolkien. A quick example here is the first black African ever to win the most prestigious prize for literature, the Nobel Prize in Literature. He's described as Africa's most successful playwright and dramatist. Wola Soyinka is a precocious genius, intellectually omnivorous and hyper-energetic as a child. He is a voracious reader. In fact, he started reading when he was barely 3. A legend was born. One fateful day, he took some of the books in his father's collections, followed his older sister's path to the school, sat by her side on the bench and declared to the teacher he wanted to learn how to read the books he brought. The bemused teacher, who remains a mentor, put down his name in the class register, and that was it. A legend was born. The secret of conversion. I hope you are beginning to notice what he invested his time doing. Little wonder, he came out on top. He became a giant in his field as a result of what he spent his time doing. Today, he is popularly known as the first black African to win the coveted Nobel Prize in Literature, but that didn't come without him investing his time into what produced the masterpiece that won him the Nobel Prize. In his autobiographical memoir, Ache, The Years of Childhood, he narrated his growing up. In 1982, the book was selected as one of the 12 best books by the New York Times Book Review. He explained thus in an interview, "I had a sister who was only a year and 2 months older than I was. And when she began school, she made my life miserable, because she put on her school uniform and sort of looked at me with a kind of condescension, saying, 'I'm going to school. You have to stay behind.' It was infuriating. Then, we lived in a parsonage, which meant that there were some schools, missionary schools, sort of, whose playgrounds abutted the lawn in front of our house. So I would watch these school kids also coming out during their break to play, and then I could see also through the schoolroom windows, not far from us, these pupils bent over their books and their papers. So one day I'd had enough and I followed my sister to No One Is Better Than You school. I picked up books from my father's desk. For me, it was the most natural thing. If you were going to school, you had to have books. So I picked up my father's books, which I couldn't read, and the next thing my sister knew was that I was behind her going to school. And even she was still too young to go to school by herself, so one of the older child relations used to take her to school. And when they turned around, they saw me and she screamed at me, "What are you doing here? Go back," and I replied with a "No." A school teacher, I remember, Mr. Olagbaju, came out to see what the fracas was about. And he looked at me and said, "But Wola, you're not yet old enough to come to school." And I said, "Well, I'm ready." The teacher felt I would get fed up with it after the first day. But no, I didn't. I am sharing this story with you in the hope that you will begin to believe and see what is possible when you effectively and consciously convert your time. I am sharing this story so that you will know that you can become anything if only you will convert your time. You will agree with me that no one is better than you if only you can convert the time you waste in the name of African time to a concrete value. Wola Soyinka is an example of an African man that refused to be governed by African time. Instead of wasting his time, he invested it in reading and writing, and now, he is a Nobel laureate. The secret of conversion. He is just like every other person. Wola Soyinka was born in 1934 and grew up in Abeokuta in Ogun State, Nigeria. So he is just like every other person. The only thing is that he didn't end up like every other person you meet on the street because he converted his time into being one of the best in his field. Thanks to his father, young Wola Soyinka enjoyed access to books, not only the Bible and the English literature, but to classical Greek tragedies such as the Medea of Euripides, which had a profound effect on his imagination. A precocious reader, he soon sensed a link between the Yoruba folklore of his neighbors and the Greek mythology underlying so much of Western literature. At school, he continued to distinguish himself in his studies, writing stories and acting in school plays, the beginning of his lifelong preoccupation with the aspects of theatrical performance. After graduation at the age of 16 from the government college, Soyinka deferred immediate admission to the university and moved to the colonial capital of Nigeria, then Lagos, to work in an uncle's pharmacy for 2 years before entering the university. During this period of personal independence, he began writing plays for local radio. In 1950, he was admitted to the University of Ibadan. 2 years later, he won a scholarship to the University of Leeds in England and left Africa for the first time. No one is better than you. The future is something which everyone reaches at the rate of 60 minutes an hour, whatever he does, whoever he is. C.S. Lewis. After graduating from the University of Leeds, Wole Soyinka continued to study for a master's degree while writing plays drawing on his Yoruba heritage. His first major works, The Swamp Dwellers and the Lion and the Jewel. In 1986, he was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature, the first Black African author to be so honored. The Swedish Academy cited the sparkling vitality and moral stature of his work and praised him as one who in a wide cultural perspective, and with poetic overtones fashions the drama of existence. When Soyinka received his award from the King of Sweden at the ceremony in Stockholm, he took the opportunity to focus the world's attention on the continuing injustice of white rule in South Africa. Rather than dwelling on his own work, or the difficulties of his own country, he dedicated his prize to the imprisoned South African freedom fighter Nelson Mandela. In 1995, the United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, named Wole Soyinka a Goodwill Ambassador for the promotion of African. The secret of conversion. Culture, human rights and freedom of expression. It is evident already what he started out with early in life. This same thing he has invested his time in doing from early childhood made a legend of a village boy. If conversion could move a boy like Wole Soyinka, who invested his time in reading and writing into becoming the first Black African to win the Nobel Prize in Literature, what is your excuse? What are you still waiting for? What are you investing your time in? For what it's worth, it's never too late or, in my case, too early to be whoever you want to be. There's no time limit, stop whenever you want. You can change or stay the same, there are no rules to this thing. We can make the best or the worst of it. I hope you make the best of it. Eric Roth. If Wole Soyinka could invest his time from early childhood in reading and writing, and this made one of the books he wrote to be selected as one of the 12 best books by the New York Times Book Review in 1982, I challenge you right now to check what you are doing with your time. What result has your time produced for you? What concrete value can you point to as a result of what you did with your time? No one is better than you. All great achievements lies in what you do with your time. In the same vein, let me paint a quick picture of how much value Japan as a country gives to time. They are trying to convert the maximum amount of time into concrete products and services. While we are thinking we have more than enough time, they, on the other hand, are looking for more time to add to their 24 hours. Japanese railways are among the most punctual in the world. Being on time is counted down to the centiseconds. And unless there is an accident, Japanese trains simply are not late. Can you imagine that the average delay on the Tokaido Shinkansen in fiscal 2012 was only 0.6 minutes? In fact, can you believe that if your train is delayed for as little as 5 minutes, the conductor makes an announcement apologizing for the delay and the railway company may provide a delay certificate, as no one would expect a train to be this late? It is even more interesting to know that if trains are delayed for an hour or more, it may even appear in the newspaper. This is how much value a country gives to their time. They might not have all the natural resources, but the time that has been given to them must be maximized. No wonder the country is one of the best in the world economically. The secret of conversion. With this attitude to time, the effect of World War II cannot keep them mediocre forever. It is evident that if they can give so much value to time that is freely given, they will maximize most of their other resources like human capital. Come to think of it, who will help to improve the GDP of African nations? Is it the same people that don't value their time? Please tell me how the economy can grow when the greatest wealth of all time is being trivialized and eaten up by the cancer called African time. As a people, do we know that we can develop our continent by converting time effectively? It is not that we have so little time, but that we lose so much. The life we receive is not short, but we make it so. We are not ill-provided, but use what we have wastefully. Seneca. While other countries in the world are very busy converting and maximizing their resources, we are busy trivializing one of the freest and most potent resources on earth in the name of African time. It does not end here, because this same attitude to time gives birth to procrastination and leaves a lot of our projects half done in Africa if started at all. Then why won't nations like United Arab Emirates, UAE, Japan, China, and America leave us behind? Why won't they be the ones sending aids to the "no one is better than you" continent? Why won't they develop at alarming rates when they know the secret of conversion and are maximizing it? Take this from me, a man who knows the value of his time and converts it will lend to nations. I am not saying this is a single solution to our economic woes, but at least one problem tackled is a problem solved. Because if we refuse to begin to convert our time now, then are we going to even have enough time to finish the normal things we are meant to do, not to talk of investing time on ourselves? If we cannot maximize time that has been freely given, how then can we maximize the resources lying meters below the earth? If we cannot maximize time that requires little efforts to convert, how then can we maximize other resources that require complex machinery? Until we are able to maximize our time, we will never have enough time to develop and invest in ourselves. Until our leaders can maximize their time, we will never have enough time to think or strategize on nation building. My dear friend, you've got to wake up every day knowing the value and wealth of the 24 hours you are blessed with. You've got to live in the consciousness of the fact that you can be anything you want today. You need to realize that conversion of your time can take you places. You need to realize that the secret of all great achievements lies in what you do with your time. The secret of conversion. Contribute your quota to nation building. Instead of looking for greener pastures as Africans, let's first sit back, relax, invest, maximize, and convert our time. Let's harness the wealth of time. Let's invest our time into finding solutions to our problems. No one can do it better than you and I will. The countries we look up to for solutions aren't better than us, they only convert their time better than we do. No one is better than you, they only convert better. No nation is better than another, they only convert better. All nations are equally blessed with the same measure of time. Nations that have successfully converted better are the ones we refer to as developed nations today. Therefore, let's begin maximizing, investing and converting our time into concrete value, products, and services. If we crush the menace of African time, that alone can improve the economy and the lot of the people. I strongly believe that you will arise and contribute your quota to nation building. When we all take this as a common responsibility, I assure you that things will not remain the same in our country and continent again. I assure you that our GDP and the economy will experience a turnaround. No one is better than you. Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow has not yet come. We have only today. Let us begin. Mother Teresa, I'm glad you've gone this far with me on this book. It's time to begin and fight back at the cancer called Africa time. Let Africans arise and begin to convert. I'm very optimistic that when you are done, your time consciousness, your value, and respect for time will have taken a different turn. It would have taken a turn that will make you a voracious converter of time into concrete value. If not, how else are we going to compare competitively with other nations of the world who have succeeded in converting time that they even try to convert their night to day? Believe me, the difference between people, the difference between nations can be traced down to what they did with their time. What are you doing with your time? What value is your time producing for you? This will be the main subject of discussion in the next few chapters, as I will be using practical examples from my own experience to elucidate this. The secret of conversion. Nuggets. 1. We all want more and more time, but when we get it, what do you do with it? 2. Time has been abused. It has been trivialized. African time is a gross abuse of this universal wealth. We need a rethink. There is a desperate need for a paradigm shift in the continent of Africa. 3. Conversion is a measure of how much you are able to convert your time into added value. Your net worth depends on your added value. 4. Lateness to events and trivializing time has become widespread, and when asked why, we Nigerians will nonchalantly declare that African time, as the name implies, is part of who we are. But I say, God forbid. This is not who we are. 5. For many, they have adopted the saying better late than never, a complete opposite of William Shakespeare's better 3 hours too soon than a minute late. They forget that better late than never is always a consolation for a shameless person who has lost a lifetime opportunity. 6. If we cannot maximize time that has been freely given, how then can we maximize the resources lying meters below the earth? If we cannot maximize time that requires little efforts to convert, how then can we maximize other resources that require complex machinery? Chapter 5. The difference between people. No one is better than you. The difference between people. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. George Orwell: men are created equal by God, but in life, we are not equal, and we are never going to be equal. It depends on how much value each person is able to create with his time. It all depends on how much conversion you are able to engage in. It depends on what you do with your time. That is why communism failed. The communist tries to make everybody equal, and you know what? They failed. They failed bitterly. They couldn't make it because it's not possible. Everybody decides his/her own greatness. Everybody decides his/her own placement in life. It's in your power. It's in the power of each and every person on earth to decide his placement and position in life. So even though no one is better than you, but they converted better than you. That's why they are greater than you. The ultimate question is, what is the difference between people? Why are some rich and others poor? Is the difference between people it the position they occupy? Or the salary they make? Or how much money they have? Maybe the country they are born in? My dear friend, the difference between people is not in the position they occupy in life, because positions could change at any time. Neither is it on the salary they receive, because the salary could change. Or the money they are making, that could also change from time to time. Sometimes it might not even change, the money could keep on coming. But that is still not the difference. Don't be deceived, the difference is not in the money they make. The position they occupy in life, the status they have, their class, political status is not the main difference between people. The position is only what you see. The salary or the income they make is only what you see. But that's still not the difference. Time isn't precious at all because it is an illusion. What you perceive as precious is not time, but the one point that is out of time, the now. That is precious indeed. The more you are focused on time past and future, the more you miss the now, the most precious thing there is. Eckhart Tolle: the difference is what they did with their time. It is what they did with their time that handed them that position they are occupying today. It is what they did. No one is better than you. With their time that handed them that status they have in life today. It is what they did with their time that decided what income they are making today, and what honor and respect they command. While some people are busy converting time into value or products, some others were busy laughing around, enjoying life, and having fun. Well, that's the difference right there. What you did with your time. Now let's take a look at practical differences between people. A period of 6 years. The village I grew up in was a farming village. Most people go to the farm. And because of the farm, most people didn't go to school. So when some of us were going to school, others were just playing around at home, or going to the farm, or just sitting around. So 6 years passed, and at the end of the 6 years, even though we were all kids, all of us that went to school could read and write. While those who were sitting around at home in the same time frame of 6 years were referred to as illiterates. For those of us that went to school, the system has been set up to help us convert our time into knowledge. The difference between people. Even though we might not fully understand what we were doing then, that is if we understood at all. But we were fortunate to be in school. In Nigeria, where I grew up, the system of education now is the 6-3-3-4 system. You spend 6 years in the primary or elementary school, another 6 years in the secondary school. Though, the 6 years in the secondary school is divided into 3 years of junior high school, and the other 3 years for senior high school. Then, the final 4 years for a degree in the university. So I am referring to the first 6 years of primary school education here. Due to the fact that I was opportune to be in this system, it helped me to convert my time into knowledge that was translated into reading and writing. Unlike my other friends who never attended school. We all had the same period of 6 years, the same period of time in the primary school. They were alive, but they were not converting their time effectively. They were not investing their time. They were wasting and spending it. I wouldn't blame them for this because our parents or guardians were responsible for us at that age. But fortunately for me, this same period of time was being converted into added value to us that attended the school. But to them, it was been spent rather than been converted into added value. No one is better than you. The difference between adding value and spending is that when you spend time, or you spend life, you only do something enough for you to survive. You exchange your life for survival. On one hand, my other friends were only going to farm to sustain themselves. They never educated themselves enough to do farming on a larger scale. They were so comfortable with the survival instinct. While on the other hand, some of us were adding value to ourselves. We became better after the 6 years of primary education. It was an investment and a good use of our time. We were now referred to as literates while the others were called illiterates. This is the difference right there. We all had the same time frame and lived in the same village, but we were called different names and we had different results at the end of a time frame of 6 years. Reflect on this. What name are you being called because of how you've used your time? What result can you hold in front of you because of how you've converted or invested your time in the past? For a proper understanding of the difference between people, let me use another example of 7 friends who attended school, but took a different approach in the conversion of their time. The difference between people. 7 friends in 6 years of their life. God and nature first made us what we are, and then out of our own created genius we make ourselves what we want to be. Follow always that great law. Let the sky and God be your limit and eternity your measurement. Marcus Garvey was absolutely right when he said God has already made us what we are. Now, out of the genius that has been deposited in us, we now make ourselves what we want to be. The only thing that you have when you are born is time. The reality is, you were born naked, you had nothing but time to live. That is also true for everyone. We are all the same, but it is what you do with your time that makes all the difference. It is what you do with your time that makes all the difference. It is what you do with your time that makes all the difference. The 6 years I'm referring to is the 6 years after high school. So, 7 friends from the same village, they all went to the same primary and secondary school. They were all from very poor backgrounds. All of them, like me, never had shoes. They never had clothes. They just managed to attend a school like most African kids then. No one is better than you. This is what happened to them after high school. These are my friends, real life story. I'm not going to give them names so you won't get confused or lost along the line. Instead, I'll give them numbers. Friend number 1 finished high school, and the father advised him to go and get a job. He was brilliant, at least he was better than most of us. But they told him to go and get salary after high school. So he went and got a salary-paying job. He works as an electrician. Friend number 2 was this kind of guy that likes a lot of partying and women. So he didn't even go for a job. He was just enjoying himself and partying. He was smart, but he didn't see the need to study or get a job. He wanted to enjoy his life. Friend number 3 went to medical school. In the same period of time when friend number 1 became an electrician and friend number 2 was partying, friend number 3 became a medical doctor. I came from that village. I never wore shoes till I was 12 years old. I never had clothes when I was growing up. But I am one of them. It is not where you come from that matter. It is not how underprivileged you are that's the problem. It is what you do with the time you were given that creates all the difference. The difference between people. I never saw my father. I never even knew my mother till I was 12 years old. But I was given life. I was given time. This same amount of time is given to everybody born in good or bad house, rich or poor, privileged or underprivileged. All of us are on equal ground. And the equal ground that we all have is time. Therefore, the deciding factor is what I do with my time. It's either I'm converting, spending, or wasting this time. I am alive, I've been given life. It doesn't matter if I'm alive in a poor home or in a rich home. It doesn't matter if I was raised by a single parent or both. It doesn't matter if I never knew who my real parents are. It doesn't matter what type of school I attend. It doesn't matter if I grew up in the village or in the city. It doesn't matter if I'm alive in a Christian home or not. In fact, I was not from a Christian home. The most important thing is that God gave me time, and every one of us. I was been given time every day. I am one of those kids. I am the friend number 4. Friend number 5 became an architect. You know why he became an architect? He went to school with the same 6 years that friend number 1 used in collecting salary as an electrician, friend number 2 used in partying, friend number 3 converted into a medical degree, and me, friend number 4. This is the same 6 years that turned a village boy into an architect. No one is better than you. Friend number 6 became a mechanical engineer. Why did he become a mechanical engineer? Was he smarter than the other friends? No. Was he smarter than the electrician, friend number 1? No. He was not smarter. But the electrician wanted to make salary now. He wanted to make money now. He wanted to earn money now. He wanted to get a wife now. He wanted to get a kid now. He wanted to get a house for himself now. He wanted to enjoy now. He wanted everything now. He never knew he could become better if only he was willing to convert his time. Friend number 7 became a lawyer. Just a quick recap of our journey so far, about the 7 friends in 6 years of their lives after high school. Friend number 1, electrician friend number 2, party guy friend number 3, medical doctor friend number 4, me friend number 5, architect friend number 6, mechanical engineer, and friend number 7, lawyer. Until you value yourself, you won't value your time. Until you value your time, you will not do anything with it. M. Scott Peck. The difference between people. Who you become is dependent on what you do with your time. There is no difference between people. They were all from the village. They were all from poor backgrounds. They were all nobodies. They all had 24 hours each day. But what they did with this 24 hours each day of their life determined who they became in life. Who you become is dependent on what you do with your time. You either add value to your time, reproduce yourself, spend your time, or you just waste time. At the end of the day, you are solely responsible for your success and your failure. And the sooner you realize that you accept that, and integrate that into your work ethic, you will start being successful. As long as you blame others for the reason you aren't where you want to be, you will always be a failure. Aaron Cummings, what are you doing with your time? Are you wasting God's investment in you each day? What product can you point to at the end of the day? Does each hour of your day produce any result? The friend number 1 was spending time. Friend number 2 was wasting time. The other guys became who they became because of what they did with their time. No one is better than you. I want you to think carefully as you answer this question. From friend number 3 to friend number 7, could they have changed places or not? Could they have interchanged their places? For example, can friend number 3, a medical doctor, become friend number 6, a mechanical engineer, or an architect if she wanted to? Now read carefully. It doesn't matter what faculty they go to. It doesn't matter what institution they attend. They never knew anything about calling or purpose. They didn't discover their purpose. They would have become whatever they spent their time on. You become what you spend your time on. In Nigeria, there is an examination board called JAM, Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, responsible for organizing standardized exams for high school graduates for selection processes into universities and colleges in the country. Then your score determines which faculty will admit you. So, any of the 7 of them would have gone to any faculty of their choice. What am I saying in essence? It is not even dependent on which faculty they go to. If they are going to be in the medical faculty because they are converting their time into medical knowledge and skills, they will become medical doctors. You become what you spend your time on. The difference between people. Just like some years ago, when the whites believed that a black man cannot become a medical doctor. Because they thought that the black man's mind cannot cope. No. Anybody can become anything. The only thing that makes you become something is the time you invest in it. If you could spend the amount of time that you need and follow through with the discipline needed to become a medical doctor, any one of them can become a medical doctor. And any one of them could have become an architect. Any one of them could have become a mechanical engineer. And any one of them could have become a lawyer. If you can just pay the price of converting the time, you can become anything you want to become. You can buy it with the currency of time. Don't be deceived into believing that somebody is better than you. Be magnificent. Life's short. Get out there. You can do it. Everyone can do it. Everyone. Andy Serkis, look at yourself in the mirror, there is nothing you wish to become that you cannot become. There is no goal that you want to attain that you cannot attain. There is no target you place in front of you that you cannot hit. There is nothing impossible for you. Just like with those kids from the village, no shoes, no education, their parents never. No one is better than you. Went to school, for example, my mother couldn't read nor write, likewise, my grandmother who brought me up also. The same thing for the other friends also, we were just nobodies, but because we were able to convert our time we had something to show for it today. If you could convert your time into anything, you can build the company you've always dreamt of. You can create an invention that the world needs. You could come about with solutions to the problems of the world. If you will dedicate the time, if you will pay the price of conversion, if you will convert the time necessary and be able to work on the job that is necessary to convert that time, to dedicate your time, you will be able to surmount any mountain, resolve any problem, and become anything that you wish to become in life. Don't just be satisfied at going to work, at getting a salary, and at getting a job. Getting job cuts you off from what you could become. It cuts you off. Because you hardly have time to invest in yourself. All your time is dedicated to your job. We give our time away all day long, to emotions that gain us no advantages, to people who do not value our time, to inefficient habits. If you want to take back this time, you need to cut to the chase. Stuart R. Levine. The difference between people. If your job doesn't allow you extra time to develop yourself and add value to yourself, then you are cutting yourself off from the possibilities of the future that is waiting for you. From all that you could become. By this, you stop your progression, you cease your destiny, and you captivate and arrest your future. At the end, the best you can become is to be promoted at that job. This is because you give your time out, instead of you to take control of your time. You mortgage your life, instead of you to put a target before yourself. You mortgage your time just for a little bit of penny, instead of you to target great heights and go after them. Be the best. I used to travel a lot a few years ago, and each time I go to England or the United States of America, I always weep. Germany is not so bad, but France, England, and America. As soon as I leave the airport, people always meet me, mostly white because the church I pastor is about 99% white. So everywhere I go to, even my drivers are usually white. And they drive me like a big guy, treating me like a celebrity. When they drive me through the city of London, I look through the windows, and I'm looking at black people like me rushing to work. Meanwhile, most of the cars that are passing by me, maybe just 1 to 2% have black owners driving themselves. All others are going to the metro, underground train station, every one of them running to work. No one is better than you. We have mortgaged our life for salary. Everybody is going to Europe to work, and we just sell our lives. And why do I feel sad? At times, I sit down in those cars and feel like crying. Oftentimes, when I go to speak to the elite in England or America, I hardly see black people, or they are very few. Everybody is busy hustling. Then when I meet with the successful black people, they say, "Oh, I am the first black in that place, I am the first black here, I am the first Nigerian to have this." Excellence is not a skill. It is an attitude. Ralph Marston I don't believe to be the best black person in anything, and I don't believe to be the first black person doing anything. If I want to do anything, I must be the best at it. I don't care if it's among the Asians, Japanese, Americans, or Europeans. There must not be a human being on the earth to compare to me in anything I choose to do. I must convert my time so well, I must add so much value to myself that no human being must be better than me in the area that I choose to be. But when I see my people, it's like they just want to survive. They don't even know they could make themselves to become whatever they want to become. I made myself competitive in Russia. You know what? The difference between people. Russia means? You know what Russia is? Only if you know what communism is? Even to learn and perfect the language is a different ball game entirely. Not to mention, using the language to disciple them. That alone takes a lot of energy. Compared to people who are in America or England, you don't even have to learn the language from zero. You are already speaking the language. Things are so easy for you. You can be so good that you become indispensable. Some might want to argue, we become the best in school, but they don't give us the job. People complain about that in England a lot. They don't give jobs to black people, they only give to the whites. Permit me to share this story with you at this junction. There is an African family that lives in England, Professor Chris Imathodon's family, having Nigerian origin. This family is regarded as the smartest family in the world. In fact, I heard that the government of the Queen in England had to put them under some special program or insurance to secure them for the next 200 years. My dear friend, you can be so good that you become indispensable. You can add so much value to yourself that they will be begging you for positions and money. You can convert your time so well that you begin to choose which company is worth your time or not. No one is better than you. You can invest so much in yourself. Maximize your time. Convert your time to solve problems that you become indispensable to your department. They had to watch after them because they've added so much value to themselves. They have converted their time into so much value that the British Empire had to protect them. But you, instead of using that time to create value for yourself, instead of using that time to add value to a product, you are looking for the highest paying job. You don't even have time to think that you can add value to yourself. Mind you, they weren't born that way. So, would I be wrong to say while they were busy adding value to themselves, you are busy looking for who to help you? Would I be wrong to say while they were busy converting their time, you were busy blaming the government and the people that refused to help you? Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Steve Jobs, take note, we are not going to be here forever. Maybe just 70 years, and it will be a tragedy if you spend those years living for someone else other than your purpose. It will be a calamity if all you can point to is other people's business that you work at. The difference between people. What will you leave behind? What will you be known for? What product will your life produce? What goods and services will you have generated that will keep on living after you? Just like my 6 friends, at the end of the day, your added value will determine everything. Your net worth will be a product of how you've converted your time. This was evident when the other friends began to get different salaries. More salary than friend number 1, the electrician, and friend number 2, the party guy, because they converted their time better. The only difference between them is what they used their time for. The dividing factor was conversion. They weren't better than one another, they only converted their time differently. In the next couple of chapters, I'll bring out various principles that you can learn from each of the 7 friends. Remember, no one is better than you, they only converted better. The difference between you and your greatness is conversion. The difference between failure and success is conversion. The difference between ignorance and knowledge is conversion. The difference between you and your boss is conversion. The difference between the employee and the employer is conversion. My dear friend, you've got time, and that time can be converted to anything you want it to be. No one is better than you. Nuggets. 1. Men are created equal by God, but in life, we are not equal, and we are never going to be equal. It depends on how much value each person is able to create with his time. 2. It's in the power of each and every person on earth to decide his placement and position in life. 3. Who you become is dependent on what you do with your time. You either add value to your time, reproduce yourself, spend your time, or you just waste time. 4. If you can just pay the price of converting the time, you can become anything you want to become. You can buy it with the currency of time. 5. Look at yourself in the mirror, there is nothing you wish to become that you cannot become. There is no goal that you want to attain that you cannot attain. There is no target you place in front of you that you cannot hit. There is nothing impossible for you. 6. If your job doesn't allow you extra time to develop yourself and add value to yourself, then you are cutting yourself off from the possibilities of the future that is waiting for you. The difference between people. 7. I don't believe to be the best black person in anything, and I don't believe to be the first black person doing anything. If I want to do anything, I must be the best at it. I don't care if it's among the Asians, Japanese, Americans, or Europeans. Chapter 6. The tragedy of our age. No one is better than you. The tragedy of our age. From the previous chapter, you will recall that while the other friends were in school, friend number 1 was already making some money. Little did he know that he was spending his life. He was getting a salary but giving out his life in exchange. Even though the other friends who went to college were not having as much money at first when friend number 1 was having money, but they were creating value for themselves. They were adding value to themselves. They were increasing their net worth. They were converting their time into knowledge in school while friend number 1 was more concerned about salary and survival. I am concerned that too many people are focused too much on money and not on their greatest wealth, which is their education. If people are prepared to be flexible, keep an open mind and learn, they will grow richer and richer through the changes. If they think money will solve the problems, I am afraid those people will have a rough ride. Intelligence solves problems and produces money. Money without financial intelligence is money soon gone. Robert Kiyosaki. The tragedy of our age. At this junction, let me just paint a picture of how this salary of a thing works. Salary is the compensation you get for giving up your life. It is the compensation you get for mortgaging your life. Let's take, for example, you are paid $1,000 every month. This is an estimate of what the working hours of your life is worth in a month. The $1,000 is what 8 hours of your life every workday is worth at the end of the month. But when you choose your own land of promise, when you choose your own area of greatness, when you discover your talent, and you are working, investing and converting your life into your own land of promise, you are not been compensated with salary. You are planting yourself. You are investing your time and life into that your land of promise. Let me prove my point here. And I will do this with the story of 2 men, who instead of concentrating on a salary, they concentrated on investing their time in their promised land. They invested their time in what they were passionate about. They converted their time so well that it became an insult to their personality to be compensated by a salary. There were offers to buy up their companies, but they refused. While their friends in school those days were concerned about graduating from school, and get a good job after graduation, they concentrated all their energy on. No one is better than you. Making the world a better place. They knew their worth was more than what anybody could pay them in a month because of how much they've invested in themselves. Time will not fail you if you convert it, maximize it, and invest it. Here is the story of a man who founded the world's largest software business, Microsoft, with Paul Allen, and subsequently became one of the richest men in the world. As you go through this chapter, I want you to pay careful attention to the things they did with their time. They concentrated on something and invested all their time in it. My dear friend, time will not fail you if you convert it, maximize it, invest it. I can assure you that it will pay you. If you have a positive attitude and constantly strive to give your best effort, eventually you will overcome your immediate problems and find you are ready for greater challenges. Pat Riley. Bill Gates was born William Henry Gates III on October 28, 1955, in Seattle, Washington. The Gates family atmosphere was warm and close, and all three children were encouraged to be competitive and strive for excellence. Gates began to show an interest in computer programming at the age of 13 at the Lakeside School. He pursued his passion through college, striking out on his The Tragedy of Our Age own. With his friend and business partner Paul Allen, Gates found himself at the right place at the right time. Through technological innovation, keen business strategy, and aggressive business tactics, he built the world's largest software business, Microsoft. In the process, Gates became one of the richest men in the world. Our jobs are robbing us of the time that should be invested. And now, here comes the secret that births this technology giant: what he did with his time. Bill was a voracious reader as a child, spending many hours poring over reference books such as the Encyclopedia. Around the age of 11 or 12, Bill's parents began to have concerns about his behavior. He was doing well in school, but he seemed bored and withdrawn at times, and his parents worried he might become a loner. Though they were strong believers in public education, when Bill turned 13, they enrolled him at Seattle's exclusive preparatory Lakeside School. He blossomed in nearly all his subjects, excelling in math and science, but also doing very well in drama and English. Self-education is, I firmly believe, the only kind of education there is. Isaac Asimov. No one is better than you. While at Lakeside School, a Seattle computer company offered to provide computer time for the students. Bill Gates became entranced with what a computer could do and spent much of his free time working on the terminal. Pay careful attention here. He spent his free time always on the computer. What are you doing with your free time? This is exactly where my anger with jobs comes in. Because when you are working at a job that pays well, do you even have any free time? Do you have any time left to invest in yourself? This is the tragedy of the age we live in. Our jobs are robbing us of the time that should be invested into our destiny. The employers of labor will not tell you that their time has been maximized. That's the reason why they can employ and pay you. Wake from your slumber. Bill Gates' free time with the computer gave birth to a tic-tac-toe program in basic computer language that allowed users to play against the computer. What is your free time producing? What are you investing your time in? That's if you have any free time at all. What a tragedy. The tragedy of our age. Conversion of your time will always produce results. It was at Lakeside School that Bill met Paul Allen, who was 2 years his senior. The two became fast friends, bonding over their common enthusiasm for computers, even though they were very different people. Allen was more reserved and shy. Bill was feisty and at times combative. Regardless of their differences, they both spent much of their free time together working on programs. On another occasion, Gates and Allen had their school computer privileges revoked for taking advantage of software glitches to obtain free computer time from the company that provided the computers. After their probation, they were allowed back in the computer lab when they offered to debug the program. During this time, Gates developed a payroll program for the computer company the boys hacked into, and a scheduling program for the school. Productivity is never an accident. It is always the result of a commitment to excellence, intelligent planning, and focused effort. Paul J. Meyer. My dear friend, conversion of your time will always produce results. Bill and Paul spent all their time on the computer and were already churning out products from their free time alone. No wonder when they went. No one is better than you. Full-time, almost every computer in the world have a Microsoft product installed in it. What you see in your life today is a product of what you've invested your time in. My 6 friends invested their time in different things, and the result is visible. In 1970, at the age of 15, Bill Gates went into business with his pal, Paul Allen. They developed TrafoData, a computer program that monitored traffic patterns in Seattle, and netted $20,000 for their efforts. Gates and Allen wanted to start their own company, but Gates' parents wanted him to finish school and go on to college where they hoped he would work to become a lawyer. Bill Gates graduated from Lakeside in 1973. He scored 1590 out of 1,600 on the college SAT test, a feat of intellectual achievement that for several years he boasted about when introducing himself to new people. Gates enrolled at Harvard University in the fall, originally thinking of a career in law. But his freshman year saw him spend more of his time in the computer lab than in class. Gates did not really have a study regimen. Instead, he could get by on a few hours of sleep, cram for a test, and pass with a reasonable grade. He recognized the key to greatness early and converted his time to achieve this. His life is a proof that the key to greatness is conversion. The key to greatness is maximizing your time. Convert your time to feed your passion. The tragedy of our age. Invest your time in what you are passionate about, and you will never leave this world a mediocre. It's time to wake up. Develop a passion for learning. If you do, you will never cease to grow. Anthony J. D'Angelo. Conversion, investing and maximizing your time should be paramount over every other thing. You will be surprised that when you effectively convert your time, instead of looking for jobs, jobs look for you, and you become an employer instead of an employee. It all depends on what you do with your time. Invest time in yourself. Gates remained in contact with Paul Allen, who, after attending Washington State University for 2 years, dropped out and moved to Boston, Massachusetts, to work for Honeywell. Around this time, Allen showed Gates an edition of Popular Electronics magazine featuring an article on the Altair 8800 mini computer kit. Both boys were fascinated with the possibilities that this computer could create in the world of personal computing. Let me tell you something here, they wouldn't have noticed the possibilities of what a computer can do if they had not spent a considerable amount of time with it. The reason why you still doubt yourself today is because you've not spent enough time with yourself. No one is better than you. Imagine you go to work from morning till night, you come back tired and all you can do is to go to bed. Tell me, where is the time to spend with yourself and your thoughts to discover your hidden passion and develop your skills? If you don't have time for this, it will be difficult to recognize opportunities when they arrive. If you are still in school, you have an advantage. Begin to convert your time aggressively. Even if you are out of school, it's never too late to start all over again. The founder of Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC, Colonel Sanders started his franchise after he retired at 65 years of age. So don't give up on yourself. Conversion of your time is the key. It's never too late. Don't focus on what was taken away. Find something to replace it, and acknowledge the blessing you have. Drew Barrymore. Go full-time on maximizing your time. Having spent considerable time with the computer, they knew and recognized the capabilities of what it can do. So, Allen came across an article on the Altair 8800 mini computer kit and immediately showed this article to Gates in Popular Electronics magazine. The Altair was made by a small company in Albuquerque, New Mexico, called Micro Instrumentation and Telemetry Systems, MITS. The tragedy of our age. Gates and Allen contacted the company, proclaiming that they were working on a basic software program that would run the Altair computer. In reality, they didn't have an Altair to work with or the code to run it, but they wanted to know if MITS was interested in someone developing such software. Luckily for the two, MITS was, and its president, Ed Roberts, asked the boys for a demonstration. Gates and Allen scrambled, spending the next 2 months writing the software at Harvard's computer lab. Allen traveled to Albuquerque for a test run at MITS, never having tried it out on an Altair computer. It worked perfectly. Allen was hired at MITS, and Gates soon left Harvard to work with him, much to his parents' dismay. In 1975, Gates and Allen formed a partnership they called Microsoft, a blend of microcomputer and software. The rest is history. At this junction, I will like to point out another interesting point here. The truth is they dropped out of school, but don't get it mixed up. They dropped out to invest more time in what they've been working part-time on. The sole purpose was still conversion. They were going full-time on converting and maximizing their time. No one is better than you. Be obsessed with converting every single minute of your life. Shortly after they dropped out, there was a story of Gates' assistant coming to work early to find someone sleeping under a desk. She considered calling security or the police until she discovered it was Gates. That was the height. That was how obsessed he was with converting every single minute. If you can successfully convert your time effectively, you will become unstoppable, and your success will amaze the world. With his acumen for software development and a keen business sense, Gates placed himself as the head of Microsoft, which grossed approximately $2.5 million in 1979. Gates was only 23. In March 1986, Bill Gates took Microsoft public with an initial public offering, IPO, of $21 per share. Gates held 45% of the company's 24.7 million shares, and became an instant millionaire at age 31. Gates's stake at that time was $234 million of Microsoft's $520 million. Over time, the company's stock increased in value and split numerous times. In 1987, Bill Gates became a billionaire when the stock raised to $90.75 a share. Since then, Gates has been at the top, or at least near the top, of Forbes' annual list of the top 400 wealthiest people in America. In 1999, with stock prices at an all-time high and the stock splitting eightfold since its IPO, Gates' wealth briefly topped $101 billion. The tragedy of our age. In addition to all the accolades of being one of the richest and most successful businessmen in the history of the world, Bill Gates has also received numerous awards for philanthropic work. Time magazine named Gates one of the most influential people of the 20th century. Gates holds several honorary doctorates from universities throughout the world, and an honorary Knight Commander of the Order of the British Empire bestowed by Queen Elizabeth II in 2005. In 2016, Gates and his wife Melinda were recognized for their philanthropic work when they were named recipients of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, presented by Barack Obama. All thanks to the power of conversion. There are possibilities around you daily. There are opportunities flying around waiting to be brought to reality through conversion of your time. Are you still sleeping? Get up on your feet and begin converting your time to concrete value chains. Getting a job is not the only way to survive. Is that the only way to survive? If you don't build your dream, someone else will hire you to help them build theirs. Dhirubhai Ambani. No one is better than you. Truth be told, the above quote has become the primary reason you are still seeking for who will hire you. No one is better than you, my dear friend. The only difference is what you do with your time and what they did with their time. And if you are seeing anybody as better than you, it's only because they've been less deceived than you. Maybe you've been deceived into going to sell your life and mortgage your life to some job somewhere. While you are running after jobs, somebody is creating value for himself. While you are been deceived by the world system, someone else is adding value, multiplying and reproducing himself. While you are busy looking for a job and trying to survive, someone else is multiplying his gifts and creating value in products and services. You will also agree with me that the difference in people is not in their age. Because there are a lot of old fools and there are a lot of old mediocre. On the one hand, you could find a 12-year-old, like my daughter, who is only 13 years old, and she has written 12 books. So do you think that's because she is smart? Maybe, but everybody is smart. Then, how come my 13-year-old daughter has written 12 books? And this is despite the fact that she is not as disciplined as she could be. There are some of you who are reading this book now. Maybe you are 40 years old, and you've never written a book. You don't even know how to do it. Truth be told, it's what you do with your time that makes all the difference. The tragedy of our age. And it's even easier for a 13-year-old to write a book than for a 50-year-old. Because most 40 or 50-year-old people right now are slaves. They are slaves to their jobs. They have a job which has stolen from them their purpose. Their job has stolen from them their freedom. Their freedom to create, freedom to add value, and their freedom to become whoever they want to become. They cannot become whoever they want to become simply because they have to work for a salary, and this job has taken up all their time. It's a tragedy of life. The tragedy of our age is job. The tragedy of our age is salary. And because of these two things, people don't even have time to consider what they were created for. They've lost track of who they are. They go to jobs they never liked, and that's because they've been deceived to think so. They think that's the only way to survive. But is that truly the only way to survive? The tragedy of our age is that even the educational system and the world system is set up in such a way that you will not even know that you are created for something. If I am wrong on this, please feel free to challenge me. If not, how many of our schools today discover what you are good at and train students in that line? No one is better than you. Our large schools are organized like a factory of the late 19th century, top-down, command-control management, a system designed to stifle creativity and independent judgment. David T. Kearns, are you not often advised to go to school, get good grades and get a good job? And when you don't get that job, what becomes of you? In fact, some parents will even regard their wards as being rebellious for choosing to do what they love. But I tell you this, no one is better than you. The only difference between people is what they've invested their time in. The people you envy have converted their time to get there, and if they can, why can't you? If they have 24 hours, do you have any less? Make it a temporary thing. Even if you need to go for a job to survive, for the time being, that's a different thing entirely. In this case, the job should be a temporary thing. Paul Allen had to work for Honeywell before Microsoft. In 1974, Steve Jobs, Apple co-founder, took a position as a video game designer with Atari before Apple Computers Incorporated was founded. The tragedy of our age. Quite a number of people today are seeking for jobs because of the people ahead of them whom they respect and envy. But you don't envy people, you respect them. They deserve the respect because they were able to convert and maximize time. They were able to create a value chain for themselves. So, learn from them and decide that you are going to convert your time also into an enviable life. If you can't make it good, at least make it look good. Bill Gates, decide that you are going to do your maximum best. Decide that you are going to create a maximum value chain for yourself. That you are going to convert your time into maximum value. Decide now that you are going to create and add value to yourself. Make a conscious effort to create a product and be able to add value to such product. Make a conscious effort to be the best out there. Because you have the same amount of time as any other human being on earth. You have an equal amount of time as those who are winning in your field. That's the greatest wealth that we all have in equal measure. No one is better than you. Nuggets. 1. The employers of labor will not tell you that their time has been maximized. That's the reason why they can employ and pay you. 2. Conversion of your time will always produce results. 3. The key to greatness is maximizing your time. Convert your time to feed your passion. Invest your time in what you are passionate about, and you will never leave this world a mediocre. 4. You will be surprised that when you effectively convert your time, instead of looking for jobs, jobs look for you, and you become an employer. instead of an employee. 5. There are possibilities around you daily. There are opportunities flying around waiting to be brought to reality through conversion of your time. 6. Decide that you are going to do your maximum best. Decide that you are going to create a maximum value chain for yourself. That you are going to convert your time into maximum value. Decide now that you are going to create and add value to yourself. Chapter 7. Power of Conversion. No one is better than you. Power of conversion. By now, you have a fair idea that no one is better than you. The difference between people lies in how much conversion each person engages in. You understand that inasmuch as everybody and every nation on earth has 24 hours each day, you will only become great according to the measure of conversion you engage in. This was evident when we considered the 7 friends, and how they used the 6 years after high school. Just a quick reminder. Friend number 1, electrician. Friend number 2, party guy. Friend number 3, medical doctor. Friend number 4, me. Friend number 5, architect. Friend number 6, mechanical engineer, and friend number 7, lawyer. All these kids were coming from the same village, all poor, they all never had shoes, they all never wore normal clothes, they all never went to normal schools, and nothing actually differentiated them except how they used their time. Power of conversion. The idea that only a few are meant for success or greatness is nothing but a myth. It's only a statement born out of people's intention to abdicate their God-given potentials, roles, and responsibilities. It is only a lie that has been so long in office that it is beginning to look like the truth. But we are about to dethrone that idea. Start by doing what's necessary, then do what's possible, and suddenly you are doing the impossible. Francis of Assisi. The 24 hours is equally given to all. You know, there used to be a time when people think that you have to be gifted to become a medical doctor. There was a time when people say doctors are from God. In fact, let me tell you something more serious. As a black man, there was a time when the whites think that a black man cannot become a doctor. The whites thought that a black man does not have the brain to become a doctor. But I am not even referring to a black man here, I'm talking about a poor village in Africa. A girl who just spent 6 years in the medical school, doing everything she's supposed to do, converting the time every day, and after 6 years she became a medical doctor. No one is better than you. Why did she become a medical doctor? Is it because she is more intelligent than the other friends? Was she born a doctor? No. And she is not even white, as opposed to the opinion held for many years. While she was adding value to herself, she was also converting every passing second, minute, hour, day into medical knowledge and skills in medicine. Then, a doctor was born from the conversion of time. This is the same time frame that friend number 2 wasted in dancing and partying. So the difference between people is not where they come from or their family background, neither is it a matter of luck. It is what they did with their time. All the 7 kids have the same measure of time with equal access to the 24 hours each day, and you are not any different. All the 7 kids have the same asset called time. They have the same resource. They are wealthy in an equal amount of time. This wealth of time is the most important wealth in life. The measure of who we are is what we do with what we have. Vince Lombardi, the same 6 years that was used for partying, turned friend number 1 into an electrician, dedicated to getting salary, and friend number 3 into a medical doctor. Power of conversion. After 6 years, when the 3 of them were supposed to meet, the electrician guy, friend number 1, didn't want to meet with the other friends anymore. The party guy, friend number 2, disappeared. He was ashamed to come to the meeting. Friend number 3 was a medical doctor. What happened? What is the difference between them? What they used their time for? This is the one and the only difference between people. The same thing is happening today between you and your employer. The same thing is happening today between you and the person you envy in your life. The same thing is happening today between you and your president and the people who are ruling you. The same thing is happening between you and the author of this book. God is just. Do you have an idea of how many great things some people have accomplished over the years through conversion? Do you know how many people have received international recognition for something they did outstandingly well by maximizing their time? Do you know what great feats quite a number of individuals are accomplishing all over the world? The previous chapters have narrated the stories of Elon Musk, George Eschen, Bill Gates, who harnessed the potentials in time to come top in their various fields. If time conversion could transform these individuals or you, no one is better than you. Different? Did they buy extra hours to add to the 24 hours? Absolutely no. Even if they have the money, it's not possible. God made it so. He has given each and every one of us wealth in equal amount. The Lord is just in all his actions, and exhibits love in all he does. Psalm 145:17, net, that's why the Bible described him as a just God. The Bible tells us that God is just. This means that he is fair and impartial. It also means that he hates the ill treatment and oppression of people and of nature, which he has created. So, God will never give room for the rich to buy more time. Therefore, you are not disadvantaged in any way. The story of Benjamin Carson, the first neurosurgeon to separate the Siamese twins, also proved what is possible when you believe in yourself and refuse to excuse your failures. What you are taking as disadvantages can be turned into gold because God will never put you in a disadvantaged situation. If God has given us equal wealth, then if they can, it equally means you can do it also. I was telling you earlier how the whites used to believe that blacks don't have the brain to become medical doctors, but here comes Benjamin. Power of conversion. Carson, who not only became a medical doctor, he went ahead to do what they taught was impossible at that time. Against all odds. Benjamin Solomon Carson was born in Detroit, Michigan, on September 18, 1951, the second son of Sonia and Robert Solomon Carson. His mother, though undereducated, pushed her sons to read and to believe in themselves. Carson went from being a poor student to receiving academic honors, and eventually attending medical school. Against all odds, he graduated as a doctor. He became director of pediatric neurosurgery at Johns Hopkins Hospital at a very young age of 33, the youngest ever, and earned fame for his groundbreaking work separating conjoined twins. This was groundbreaking news in the world of medicine, since it has not been done successfully before him. Let us remember, one book, one pen, one child, and one teacher can change the world. Malala Yousafzai, his mother, was raised in Tennessee in a very large family and dropped out of school in the 3rd grade. With limited prospects in life, she married Baptist minister and factory worker Robert Carson when she was 13. The couple moved to Detroit and had 2 children. But Sonia, no one is better than you, eventually discovered her husband was a bigamist and had another secret family. The two divorced, with Robert going to live with his other family and thus leaving Sonia and her children financially devastated. Coupled with the fact that they are black, living in a nation where racism is still the order of the day, and now they are also financially devastated in a nation where the color of your skin determines which school you attend, what work you can do, and a lot of other things. But what turned his story around? How did Ben Carson become a world-renowned surgeon when many believe that blacks are not good enough to be a doctor? What took him from the slums to the pages of national and international media? What he did with his time. Both Carson and his brother experienced difficulty in school. Ben fell to the bottom of his class and became the object of ridicule by his classmates. Determined to turn her sons around, Sonia limited their TV time to a few select programs and refused to let them go outside to play until they'd finished their homework. Power of conversion. Wait a minute, what was his mother doing there? Did she just limit the number of TV programs they could watch? Aren't they supposed to finish their homework before going outside to play? She was fighting for their life. She was helping them to conserve their time. She was conserving the only resource her children are left with. But she did not stop there. It's not enough to fight for your time. When you get it, what do you do with it? She fought for their time, and when they had more time to themselves, she gave them something to do that could help them convert that time into knowledge. She separated them from the time wasters and time killers. First, she identified the problem. She knew the children performed badly in school because of the way they used their time. Why didn't she start with buying more books for them? Why didn't she change their school? Why did she have to take an inventory of their time first? She knew better. She knew that her children are a product of how they've used their time. She knew that if she could help them convert their time effectively, they can become anything they want to become. Have you even identified the time wasters in your life? Talk less of those around you? You are a product of time. You are a product of conversion. You are a product of how you've used your time. No one is better than you. She required them to read 2 library books a week and give her written reports, even though with her poor education, she could barely read them. At first, Ben resented the strict regimen, but after several weeks, he began to find enjoyment in reading, discovering he could go anyplace, be anybody, and do anything by converting his time into knowledge. I hated every minute of training, but I said, don't quit. Suffer now and live the rest of your life as a champion. Muhammad Ali Ben began to learn how to use his imagination, and found it more enjoyable than watching television. This attraction to reading soon led to a strong desire to learn more. Carson read literature on all types of subjects, seeing himself as the central character of what he was reading, even if it was a technical book or an encyclopedia. Carson would later say that he began to view his prospects differently. He began to see that no one is better than him, that he could become the scientist or physician he had dreamed about, and thus, he cultivated an academic focus. A 5th-grade science teacher was one of the first to encourage Carson's interests in lab work after the youngster was the only student able to identify an obsidian rock sample brought to school. Power of conversion. I thought we just read that he was the dullest in his class? I thought he was an object of ridicule among his classmates? I thought he experienced difficulties in his classes? What changed? The power of conversion. The ability to convert his time into knowledge has distinguished him. What he did with his time is the difference between when he was the dullest and now the smartest kid in the class. Ignore the naysayers. Develop a can-do spirit and be sure you are not suppressed by the naysayers whose daily actions are meant to discourage you from achieving what you believe. Israel Moreover, within a year, Carson was amazing his teachers and classmates with his scholastic improvement. The children's books he read while he was confined to quarters now had true educational relevancy. He was able to recall facts and examples from his books at home and relate them to what he was learning in school. After Carson received a certificate of achievement in the 8th grade for being at the top of his class, a teacher openly berated his fellow white students for letting a black boy get ahead of them academically. No one is better than you. At Southwestern High School in inner-city Detroit, Carson's science teachers recognized his intellectual abilities and mentored him further. Other educators helped him to stay focused when outside influences pulled him off course. Follow your passion, be prepared to work hard and sacrifice, and above all, don't let anyone limit your dreams. Donovan Bailey. And now, the power of conversion has turned the dullest boy in his class into the first pediatric neurosurgeon to separate conjoined twins. The power of conversion made him become the head of pediatric neurosurgery at the prestigious Johns Hopkins Hospital at age 33. This same power of conversion earned him a scholarship to study medicine in the university. There is no difference between people, the only difference that exists is how each individual converted their time. No one is better than you, but if they convert better, they can be anything and anybody.
Power of conversion.
I am one of them. This same wisdom of time conversion has helped me as a person. Even though I had to learn and understand it under some unfortunate circumstances. It is during our darkest moments that we must focus to see the light.
Aristotle Onassis.
I grew up with no possessions and little opportunity. I never had real parents. I was born to a mother who chose not to raise me and a father I never knew. He was run out of our village before I was even born because people said he was too violent. I never knew his name. I took the last name of my mother's family, Adelaja. I am one of those kids. I am the friend number 4. I grew up among 40 small huts in the Nigerian village of Idamala, Ijebuode, Ogun State. My grandmother raised me, and I grew up believing she was my mother. My biological mother visited occasionally with her new husband and children, but I thought she was my aunt. The Adelajas were a family of kings. My grandfather had been the king of our village, and 2 of my older uncles and 1 aunt served in powerful positions in Nigeria. While I was growing up, my 2 uncles and aunt gave our family financial support and enhanced our reputation among the people.
No one is better than you.
This is the custom in developing countries, whereby families depend on a few successful people to sustain them. We never had surplus, but our basic needs were met, and my cousins and I had enough money to attend school. A great tragedy befell us when I was 6 years old. The 3 family pillars died mysteriously within 6 months of each other. The effect on my family was devastating. Our reputation and finances plummeted. My grandmother, whom I thought was my biological mother, could hardly cope with the shock of losing 3 of her children. It got to the extent of her going into a coma for an entire year. I was still young with no food and no family to call my own. But I had to survive. Even more, I'm faced with the responsibility of taking care of myself and my incapacitated grandmother. Never give up, have the passion. Don't be afraid. Barbara Broccoli, I had no choice but to start working to support myself. I went into the bush and cut down trees with an axe, tied the wood into bundles, and took it on my head to the nearest city to sell for firewood. I used the proceeds to buy food and pay my tuition so I could keep learning. I had to learn all this very early in my life. But I'm glad I did.
Power of conversion.
I thought there was no God.
When my grandmother got well, she joined me in chopping and selling firewood.
She also taught me to make a cereal from corn pulp, which I did. I had 3 jobs when I was just 8 years old, harvesting firewood, making cereal from corn pulp, and going house to house saying, "Who wants to buy custard? Who wants to buy firewood?"
My family was Presbyterian, but we did not really know God.
We practiced religion. I kept attending school at St. Paul's Anglican Primary School, knowing somehow that education coupled with my hard work will provide a better future for me. I had to walk several kilometers on barefoot to the city to sell my products and several kilometers more to the school in the nearby village. As far back as I can remember, I owned my first pair of shoes when I was 12. When I was 15, my grandmother died, and I was left virtually alone. I had to fend for myself, so I rented a farmland and began cultivating cassava, a type of yam. I needed the additional income to finish high school. I needed to buy my uniform, pencils, and other supplies, and the money I made selling firewood and custard was not enough. I thought there was no God or that he was cruel and heartless to leave a poor boy in the village to fend for himself.
No one is better than you.
I had older uncles whom I considered brothers. One had gotten a scholarship and gone to Moscow to study. He urged me to do the same. Scholarships were few, and thousands of people applied. But I took his advice and redoubled my efforts to do well in school. If opportunity doesn't knock, build a door. Milton Berle, I managed to graduate from high school. I was not the best graduating student, but I was good enough to have a shot at a scholarship. There was a Lag time between when I applied and when I would find out if I received a scholarship. At age 18, I left my village to work in a polyester factory in a bigger village. One day a religious program was playing on the television. The preacher caught my attention because he was a dean of mathematics at a Nigerian university. For the first time in my life, I listened to what he has to say. As I listened, I became convinced it was true. God was not wicked. He loves me. I might not have all I want, but He has given me time. He has blessed me with the greatest wealth and treasure that I need to be anything or anybody I want to be.
Power of conversion.
Even though I had little understanding of conversion then, I began to work even harder after giving my life to Jesus. Instead of just working my way out of poverty and using my job to meet all my needs, I was now giving my best. It was the dawn of a new day as I began to realize that I could become anybody.
The gospel completely changed my mind and renewed my efforts.
Soon afterward, the result of my application came. I had passed my school examinations and won a scholarship to study journalism in the Soviet Union. I left the shores of Nigeria and headed for the heart of the communist empire, though times have changed since then till now. The work ethics I learned during those years laid the foundation for what God has in store for my future. My professor told me it was impossible. I remember when I had just arrived in the former USSR to study journalism, a general requirement for students those days was that they had to first study the Russian language in their first year. Unfortunately for me, I was late to school by about 2 weeks. At that time, my fellow students had started speaking a bit of the Russian language. At least they had all learned the alphabet and could read the language at that time. By the time I arrived, I was in all kinds of trouble. I was so much behind that no one is better than you. Professor could not help but confess that if I ever spoke the language, even though he was a communist and an atheist, he would gladly go and put a candle in the church, because at my level he thought there was no way I would be able to speak the language. After this extremely damning verdict, I was only left with 2 options, God and the library. First, I spoke to God about it and decided to stand on His promise in Deuteronomy 28:13, one of the first Bible verses I knew as a young convert. And the Lord will make you the head and not the tail. You shall be above only, and not be beneath if you heed the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you today, and are careful to observe them. Deuteronomy 28:13. I made a deal with God that according to His word I would end up being the head in that school, the first and not the last. The other side of that agreement was that I would put my best effort in the library. Roll up those sleeves and work until you see the fruit of your labor. It takes passion, resolve, and a productive work ethic, meeting with opportunity, for you to succeed. Archibald Marweezy.
Power of conversion.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have ever spent some considerable time in the library, you would have to agree with me that the topic of stamina and endurance comes in handy here. I remember the first few weeks in the library, after studying for some time, I would look at my wristwatch trying to reassure myself that I had spent at least 4 of the 6 hours that I had intended to spend daily. To my amazement, however, when I expected to see 4 hours, I saw that I had only spent 30 minutes in actual fact. So I resumed my studies with a renewed determination to go longer. When I was sure that the 6 hours were over, I looked at my wristwatch and to my bewilderment, I realized that I had only spent 2 hours. But that is the only way you build stamina. After doing this for about 6 years, I eventually graduated as the best graduating student with first-class honors from that university. Looking back today, I valued my time more than ever. I am glad those years were effectively converted and maximized. I am glad I did not waste them. Only God knows where I would be now or what I will be doing if I had not invested those years. There is power in conversion, dear friend. Without passion, you don't have energy. Without energy, you have nothing.
Donald Trump.
No one is better than you. Having considered the power of conversion, I am sure you can begin to see the places where you have missed it, and probably things you can do to move things further. In the next chapter, I want to take some time to shed some more light on a few misconceptions about time, and what you can do to get your life back from time wasters and time killers.
Power of conversion. Nuggets.
1. You understand that inasmuch as everybody and every nation on earth has 24 hours each day, you will only become great according to the measure of conversion you engage in. 2. The idea that only a few are meant for success or greatness is nothing but a myth. It's only a statement born out of people's intention to abdicate their God-given potentials, roles, and responsibilities. 3. The Bible tells us that God is just. This means that He is fair and impartial. It also means that He hates the ill treatment and oppression of people and of nature, which He has created. For there is no difference between people, the only difference that exists is how each individual converted their time. No one is better than you, but if they convert better, they can be anything and anybody. Chapter 8. Fight for your time. No one is better than you. Fight for your time. Those who make the worst use of their time are the first to complain of its brevity. Jean de la Bruyere. Time is life. Time is not just money. Time is more than money. And if you waste time, you waste life. But the tragic thing about life is that most people who are actually time wasters don't even know they are time wasters. This chapter will help you take an inventory of yourself. And it will also help you take an inventory of your life, day, and your time. Because that inventory will help you put your priorities right. This inventory will take you from the category of time wasters and time killers to the category of life preservers, time converters, and time savers. Time is the greatest wealth that God has so generously given to all of us. God has so generously blessed us with a universal wealth. And that wealth is the wealth of time. Time is the greatest resource on earth. Time is the material from which everything is made. Time is the raw material from which life itself is made. Therefore, time equals life. And this cannot be overemphasized. Fight for your time. God created time before He could create light. Everything you see is not made out of people. Everything you see is made out of time and from time. Everything is a product of time. The house you live in is a product of time. That fridge in your kitchen is a product of time. That furniture in your house is a product of time. That cloth you are putting on is a product of time. You as a person are a product of time. Your child is a product of time. Your work is a product of time. Your income is a product of time. Your food is a product of time. Life indeed is made up of time. Even God could not do anything without time. That is why the first creation is not light. The first creation is not the heavens and the earth. The first thing God created was time. And that's why it is recorded in the Bible in Genesis 1:1 that in the beginning. That statement in the beginning connotes time. This statement tells us that everything started with time. So before anything came to fruition there was the beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Gen 1:1 NIV, God created time before He could create light. God created time before He could create day and night. He created time before any other thing. No one is better than you. The next word after in the beginning is God. This shows that when God had time, He had everything. And I want to bring this good news to you today that you too can be like God on earth. In fact, the Bible calls us gods already. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. Psalm 82:6. You can create every tangible thing in your life out of the wealth of time. And that also means, if you have time, you can become anything. And if everyone on earth has the same amount of time, then no one is better than you. And there is nothing you cannot become if you have the wealth of time and convert it. The key to maximizing time is conversion. Time must be converted. It is only when time is converted that everything else comes out of it. How the rich and the poor see time. The difference between can and cannot is only 3 letters. 3 letters that can shape your life's direction. Ritu Gaturi. Fight for your time. How do you differentiate a wise man from the lot? What differentiates a rich man from a poor man?
Notice and observe how they fight for every minute of their life. A wise man is the one that is preoccupied with fighting for every minute or second of his life. That is a wise and smart person indeed, a great person in the making. One of the greatest virtues you could observe in a man is their attitude towards time. If they trivialize time, it's obvious they won't go far in life. If time is not important to you, then greatness is still far-fetched. Not only on individual levels but also as a nation. A nation that doesn't understand and trivialize time is not ready for growth and development. I'm sorry to say this, but it's the sad truth. Until Nigeria and other African nations begin to value and respect time, we might never arrive at our promised land. Let me be a little more practical here. I will tell you the reason why the rich spend money to save time, and the poor spend the time to save money. It's simply because the poor doesn't value their time. There is no one on earth who values his time and remains poor. Here are 4 different families and how they spend money to save time. They know that they only have 24 hours, so their time is limited. Therefore, the only thing they can do is to maximize the 24 hours and get the best out of it. No one is better than you. Family A. The entire family loves eating lefse, a type of Norwegian potato bread at large family meals. The only problem is that preparing an extended family-sized batch of lefse takes several hours, so they all chip $10 or so together and buy 3 or 4 pounds worth of the potato pastry from a local small business person who makes it from scratch. Family B. This family eats babka, a sweet yeast cake common in Eastern Europe at some family events, and the babka is made on a rotating basis, meaning one person makes all the babka for one family event. When it came to be one of my friend's turn, she didn't have the time to make the babka, but she wanted it to be as good as the babka her other family members made, so she ordered 4 loaves from a restaurant, setting her back $50. Family C. Yet another friend of mine was making handmade wooden blocks in his woodshop for his son, sanding them down carefully and painting them. He ran out of time, so he enlisted the help of several of his woodworking friends, paying them several dollars for each block they could make before Christmas arrived. In each of these cases, the person was substituting their money for their time. Their busy lives prevented them from having the time to do something well inside their skill set, so they paid someone else to do it. Fight for your time. Family D. This brings to mind an argument from another friend of mine, who pays a housekeeper to come to his home for a couple hours a day. This is a local connection, paid in cash only. He pays the woman $10 an hour in cash to come to his home and do some basic cleaning, vacuuming, scrubbing toilets, etc. He argues that without this service, he wouldn't be able to do many of the things he has the free time to enjoy, and to him, it's worth $10 an hour to get that extra time. Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. A man that fights for his time knows the value that could be created in an hour of a day. And maybe he even knows the value that could be created in a minute of a day. So the reason he is fighting for his time is because he knows the power of conversion. And he knows that every minute that passes without conversion is a wasted time and is a wasted life. This mindset is the reason a lot of rich people use private jets instead of waiting for long stopovers to board a linking plane. The same reason most wealthy people get a driver to allow them to use the time that would have gone into driving to work or do some other things or even rest. No one is better than you. They value their time. They fight for their time. They know the worth of their time, and that is why they spend money to save the greatest wealth ever. On the other hand, the poor do the opposite. How valuable is your time? On a lot of levels, this approach makes sense to me. What value do you place on your time during your waking hours? One honest way to do this is to calculate your hourly wage and see how much you actually do value an hour of your time, and then use the data to figure out how valuable your free time is to you. Let's say, hypothetically, I had a great idea for a side business and the capital to get it rolling, but I didn't have the time to get started. I could channel some of that capital into hiring someone to do menial personal tasks, and then channel my own time into the side business.
This is much the same idea as the virtual assistant concept in the 4-hour workweek, or the precise reason why upper middle class and upper class families hire a maid or personal assistant to take care of menial tasks for a relatively low wage. They've discovered that their time is quite valuable, and that an assistant like this creates more free time in their lives that they can spend with their families, doing things they deeply enjoy, or perhaps following their dreams as well. Fight for your time. This concept really speaks to everyone whose most valuable resource is time. Time, more than anything, is what I wish I had more of. Be in control of your life. The man who fights for every minute of his day is the freest and wisest of all men. Why is he free? What brought about freedom here? This is because a man that fights for every minute and every second of his life is a man that fights to be in control. Not in control of other people or their lives. But he fights to be in control of his life. And to be in control of his life means to be the manager of his own life and destiny. A person that fights for every minute of his time means he is taking back his life. He is taking back his life from unprofitable chats. He is taking back his life from unnecessary telephone calls. He is taking back his life from unproductive meetings. He is taking back his life from the hands of every distraction. So that he will manage it, and he will turn that wasted time into value product, or into an added value. Many of you think you are the owner of your life, but in the real sense, you are not. Many of us, who think that we live, really do not live, because your life is under the power and authority of everything and everything else apart from you. No one is better than you. Most people, when they wake up in the morning, their time is just like a carousel. Someone calls you, and you respond to every single invitation, without any regard whatsoever to how valuable your time is. You don't own your life like this. Your life does not belong to you. Your life belongs to everybody else but you. These group of people are time wasters, time spenders, which mean they are life wasters. These people are not zombies like you might be thinking. They are trying to be nice. They are trying to please everybody. Some of the greatest time wasters are the people who are trying to be nice. They are the nicest of people. They are the people who don't want to appear rude. You cannot say no because you don't want to offend people. Whatever or whoever controls your time controls your life. Your life does not belong to you, it belongs to what or the person that controls your time. If you are the one controlling your time, then you actually control your life. If you are the manager of your time, then your life belongs to you. If you are the lord of your time, then you can convert your time effectively. If you fight to retain ownership of your time, then you are wise. Fight for your time. The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. Ralph Waldo Emerson. But if your time is under the control of your phone, your boss, parents, friends, family, job, that is what owns your life. You are under captivity because your life is not this physical body. Your life is your time. The real you is your time. So, whoever is controlling your time, wherever that time is going, whoever is taking decisions on that time is the one controlling your life. If you are constantly running after problems or worries, then you are mortgaging your life to worries. It is the worry that is the owner of your life. If your job is in control of your time, it is that job that is the owner of your life. If it is friends and relatives, or your phone, Facebook, WhatsApp, it means they are the owner of your life. With all these, there is absolutely no way you can maximize your time. There is absolutely no way you can convert and invest your time into added value, because solitude, a place of discovery of self, has been traded for mundane things. At the end of the day, you result to the popular notion that only a few are called to be great. At the end of the day, you result to the popular opinion that just a few nations can be called great. No one is better than you. Incredible change happens in your life when you decide to take control of what you do have power over instead of craving control over what you don't. Steve Maraboli. My dear friend, the key to maximizing your time is conversion. The key to greatness is converting your time. The most important word should be conversion. If you can convert every second and every single minute, only then will you begin to see that no one is better than you. Conversion will always birth a product. Some people think that because they go to church every day or every week and try to do something there, they think that they are serving God. But where is the product? Where is the result? Aren't you making God a liar? Aren't you making God a covenant breaker? Aren't you making God appear unfaithful to His word? Because if you, that is called by His name, have nothing to show for it, what then is the essence of God's investment in you? Listen closely, there is a great difference between activity and conversion. Certainly, if you truly convert time, a product should come out of it. God knows what to do with time. The first day He created so many things, similarly the second, third, and fourth days. God is productive with every second. He is. Fight for your time. Productive with every day. He makes everything new every day. God is the master of time. He creates things every day. God does not trivialize time. Please and please, if you're going to church every day is not producing fruits, if you cannot see results or fruits, it means God does not own your life. Do not be deceived any further. God does not trivialize time. He knows the value of time. He knows that the conversion of your time will bring Him more glory. You are only practicing religion, it is the church, it is your pastor, it is the fear of people and not God that owns your time. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up and take your life back. Fight for your time. You need to come to a place of maturity and realization that you are only free and wise when you begin to fight for your time. You are only free and wise when you begin to be in charge and in control of your time. I found that every single successful person I've ever spoken to have a turning point, and the turning point was where they made a clear, specific, unequivocal decision that they were not going to live like this anymore. Some people make that decision at 15 and some people make it at 50 and most never make it at all. Brian Tracy. No one is better than you. You have to take your stand on what you want to do every hour of the day, and the value you want to produce for yourself. This is the value I want to add to myself every time and every day. I know exactly what value I want to produce. I want to add value to something. I know exactly what every day of my life is producing. Until you take charge of every minute of your day, you will still be going about thinking some people are better than you. Until you become the person taking decisions, and be able to convert every second and minute into a tangible value, you are not free. And this also shows that you are not ready for greatness. The man that fights for every minute of his day is the freest and wisest of all men. His time is not under the bondage of others. His time is not under the bondage of other people's activities, plan, or agenda. If he fights for every minute of his day, it means he is the owner of every minute of his day. That is true freedom. True freedom is when you are able to plan every minute. It's when you are able to use and know what value you are converting. It's when you are the one deciding the value that your minute or hour is creating. That is when you are directing and channeling every minute or an hour into the desired product. It's also when you are using every one of your minutes to do and to create precise concrete values. Fight for your time. Guard your time with all you've got. Guard your time jealously. Guard your life with everything you have. Time is life. That is why you should never go to church or any religious gathering blindly anymore, just because someone says you should come. By the time you realize it, they are already referring to you as one of the veterans. You won't even realize it when you will get old doing these mundane things. And you don't know where that life has disappeared into. You can't see any product. You can't see any value that has been added. A heart of wisdom. The Bible says, "So teach us to number our days, that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom." Psalm 90:12. Only wisdom knows the value of seconds. Only wisdom knows the value of minutes. Only wisdom knows that every minute must be fought for. That is why David made mention of a heart of wisdom. The heart of wisdom is the heart that numbers or counts every minute. No one is better than you. When you begin to count your seconds, minutes, days, when you begin to fight for it and begin to convert it to produce value, then you have attained wisdom. This is the wisdom that great men apply their heart to. It is the voracious conversion of every minute that has led to their greatness. The only difference between men is conversion. The only difference between people is the value attached to their time. No one is better than you, they only converted better. Fight for your time. Nuggets. 1. Time is life. Time is not just money. Time is more than money. And if you waste time, you waste life. But the tragic thing about life is that most people who are actually time wasters don't even know they are time wasters. 2. God has so generously blessed us with a universal wealth. And that wealth is the wealth of time. 3. Time equals life. And this cannot be overemphasized. 4. You can create every tangible thing in your life out of the wealth of time. 5. One of the greatest virtues you could observe in a man is their attitude towards time. If they trivialize time, it's obvious they won't go far in life. If time is not important to you, then greatness is still far-fetched. 6. A man that fights for his time knows the value that could be created in an hour of a day. And maybe he even knows the value that could be created in a minute of a day. 7. Your life does not belong to you, it belongs to what or the person that controls your time. If you are the one controlling your time, then you actually control your life. If you are the manager of your time, then your life belongs to you. 8. The man that fights for every minute of his day is the freest and wisest of all men. Chapter 9. I almost missed it. No one is better than you. I almost missed it. When I was in high school, I was not so smart. But thank God I'm smarter now. I guess my poor background was partly responsible. And this led me to crave for acceptance from my friends. So I follow them everywhere, trivializing my time in the process, because I wanted to be accepted. And these guys I was following were not the smart ones. They are not the best students. In fact, they are the worst. And a good number of our kids run into this dilemma most times. So, I started going to disco parties, even though I was poor. I just wanted to be accepted in their circle. I wanted to gain some relevance. While I was running after these people, I never had time to do my assignments in school anymore. I never studied. Any free time I had, I wanted to be with these guys that knew nothing about time, talk less of its conversion. I almost lost my purpose for life. About a year before I finished my high school, my sister delivered me. She told me that if I didn't give my school leaving certificate exam, West African Examination Council, WAEC, the best shot, that I was going to remain in that village forever. I was just going to become a farmer. I almost missed it. Nothing good will ever come out of me. I will not be admitted to any college or university. She advised me to work hard and at the very least pass my WAEC. After realizing my mistake, whenever I and my friends go out together, I will always sneak out of the pack and excuse myself. Especially when the emotions become high and everybody is carried away with whatever they are doing. This is how I will always go back home and stay behind closed doors, reading with my lantern. I did this for almost 6 hours daily. I read from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. I did that for a year, and that is the key to my success in the exam. Stop fighting yourself and start fighting for yourself. The revolutionary impact, although, at that time I didn't understand the conversion of time as much as I do now. But this is how I started converting my time. The teachers used to give me a knock on my head then because I was one of the dullest in my class. I thought all those other guys who used to study and answer questions in class were genius. I thought they were better than me. But I made myself into one of the best in 1 year. Just because of conversion of time. The lesson here is that every one of you could make yourself into the best. You can expand your business. You could turn your business into a world-renowned brand. You can make yourself into the no one is better than you richest guy in your country. You can be the solution to any pressing problem in your field. You could make yourself into anything you desire, if only you will exchange your time for it and give your best. The man who has done his best has done everything. Charles M. Schwab. Own your life. I told you this story to illustrate how I was fighting for every minute of my life. I know I couldn't stand against their ridicules. I couldn't stand against their peer pressure. Because if I had told them that I was going to read, they would have mocked and laughed at me. But I used different tricks to fight for my time. Every time you are tempted to react in the same old way, ask yourself if you want to be a prisoner of the past or a pioneer of the future. Deepak Chopra. I think you need to do the same thing today as well. For example, in Africa, people always think that you must be with people. They believe if you are always alone, something must be wrong. People don't understand the concept of solitude. People don't understand the concept of loneliness. But one of the greatest things that could happen to you is, I almost missed it, loneliness. Because the person that fights for every minute of his time will have to be lonely most times. But that's still one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself, to be alone. For me, it was only when I was able to separate myself from the rest of my friends that I was able to effectively convert my time into knowledge and understanding. Not until I separated myself from all the time wasters and time killers was I able to convert. I was converting those daily 6 hours of study into knowledge in mathematics and the other subjects I did in my WAEC. Stop being a prisoner of your past. Become the architect of your future. Robin Sharma. You can make yourself into any content that you want. You can become anything or anybody you want. But for you to be able to convert your time, you must fight for time first. For you to be able to convert time into anything you want, you must, first of all, preserve it from time killers and time wasters. I don't know what you are doing with your time. It is not the school you attend that is responsible for what becomes of you in life. It is the converted time that makes you become what you are. You only went to school to convert time into medical knowledge. You only went to school to convert time into knowledge and skills in law, engineering, accounting, economics, etc. No one is better than you. The more control you have over your time, the more time you have to be channeled into whatever you want to become. You can either channel your time into adding value to yourself to become something that you wish to see yourself become. Or you can channel your time into making a concrete product that you want to use to change or make the world a better place. Only after you have become the owner of your life can you begin to effectively convert, maximize, and invest your time. Learn how and when to say no to people. Are you a time waster? Or a time killer? Do you fight for your time? Or you are trying to please everyone? Do you conserve life? Do you multiply life? Do you reproduce life? Do you convert your time? You desperately need to be in charge of every minute of your day. We are who we choose to be. Nobody is going to come and save you. You've got to save yourself. Barry Manilow. I almost missed it. Wasting your time is wasting you. Wasting your time is wasting your life. Your life is full of time wasters that you must cut off, even if you will need to do away with something like your phone. You just have to face the fact. You must know or learn how to say no to people and anything that wastes your time. Time wasting habits. Time is money. The rich understand this. 65% of the rich created at least 3 streams of income during their lives. Conversely, the poor all relied on one stream of income. They didn't invest their time wisely in building their careers or building a side business. In a recent survey which I came across during one of my studies, I uncovered many time wasters the poor engaged in that ultimately cost them money. 77% of the poor admitted to watching more than 1 hour of TV each day and their preference. Reality TV wins hands down. 78% of the poor watch reality TV shows. The rich, on the other hand, are not big on TV. 67% watch less than an hour each day, and it's not reality TV that they tune into. Only 6% watch reality TV. Another time waster is the internet. 74% of the poor in my study spent more than an hour each day on the internet. These days that means Facebook. No one is better than you. Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, or YouTube. Conversely, 63% of the rich spent less than an hour each day on the internet. This freed up more time to read for self-education. While many of the poor in my study said they read regularly, 79% admitted that they read strictly for entertainment. Only 11% of the rich said they read for entertainment. Instead, they focused their reading on self-education, biographies of successful individuals, career-related reading, self-help, history, and money matters. Respect yourself enough to walk away from anything that no longer serves you, grows you, or makes you happy. Robert 2. When you're wasting your time watching TV, on social media, or reading for entertainment, it leaves little time to do productive things like reading to learn, building relationships with other success-minded individuals via networking or volunteering or building a side business. My dear friend, time does not discriminate. Everyone gets 24 hours, rich or poor. The rich simply choose to spend their time differently, doing things that are productive. I almost missed it. As I draw to a close, I'll like to close with these key points. These are the keys that will guide you as you fight for your life. It's not enough to fight for your time when you get it back from the time wasters. You've got to invest it in something that is worthwhile. 1. Understand your purpose. The quickest route to greatness and promotion is problem solving. And the potential for solving problems lies in your purpose. You have been designed to solve a particular problem in this world. You must identify that area of need and define your purpose. Your purpose in life is not what you decide. It is too late to decide it now. It was decided by God before you were born. Therefore, it is not what you decide, it is what you discover by asking God. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Matt 6:21 net, Jesus said, "Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." Ask God to show you where your treasure is in life so you can put your heart there. Then do an appraisal of your gifts and talents and invest your time into this area. This also holds with respect to finances. You do not get something for nothing. Money is only a means of exchange. No one is better than you. It flows to us in proportion to the value we give in solving problems for others. I believe that God has put gifts and talents and ability on the inside of every one of us. When you develop that and you believe in yourself, and you believe that you're a person of influence and a person of purpose, I believe you can rise up out of any situation. Joel Osteen. You see, you are already designed to do some things better than other people. There are things you do with ease and you enjoy doing them. There are things you are passionate about. God has designed you to come and be a solution to a problem. Go ahead, discover it, understand it, and convert your time to fulfill that purpose. 2. Set your values right. Achievement of your happiness is the only moral purpose of your life, and that happiness, not pain or mindless self-indulgence, is the proof of your moral integrity, since it is the proof and the result of your loyalty to the achievement of your values. Ayn Rand. I almost missed it. It is important that you list also your values, the things that are important to you as a person. Values include family, health, love, success, independence, fun, adventure, creativity, financial independence, beauty, relationships, information, innovation, invention, justice, and so on. List 4 to 5 values that are of priority to you. These areas deserve your time the most. They are what you need to invest your time in. It might even surprise you that these areas also hold the key to your financial independence. Then list activities around each one that can generate money. You will see clearly how to make money while you do what you enjoy doing. You may even realize that you need to make a major career change this year. For example, whereas I studied journalism in school, I have turned out a pastor, and I enjoy every minute of it. I am happy about the contribution I am able to make to people's lives, to nations, and the world at large. 3. Develop your skills rapidly. Another area to consider in order to maximize your time is the development of professional skills. Having identified what you can do to meet people's needs, you must develop the ability to do it with excellence. Since you were not born with professional skills, you must commit to learning as much as possible. No one is better than you. What you learn ultimately determines what you earn. Attend a course. Attend a seminar. Buy and read books. Go to school. Get a mentor. Browse the internet for information that will add value to you. Do whatever you can do to improve. King Solomon, the exceptionally wise king in the Bible, once said, "Do you see a man skillful and experienced in his work? He will stand in honor before kings, he will not stand before obscure men." Proverbs 22:29, amp. You see, those who do their work with excellence eventually have better and bigger opportunities. More so, what a king can afford to pay for your services will be far more than what an ordinary person can afford. If you are a carpenter, be the best carpenter in town. Whatever you do, go the extra mile to satisfy your customers. Find out the latest tools or techniques in town. Learn and apply them. I'd like to close this chapter with the words of Martin Luther King Jr. And when you discover what you will be in your life, set out to do it as if God Almighty called you at this. I almost missed it. Particular moment in history to do it. Don't just set out to do a good job. Set out to do such a good job that the living, the dead, or the unborn couldn't do it any better. If it falls your lot to be a street sweeper, sweep streets like Michelangelo painted pictures, sweep streets like Beethoven composed music, sweep streets like Leontine Price sings before the Metropolitan Opera. Sweep streets like Shakespeare wrote poetry. Sweep streets so well that all the hosts of heaven and earth will have to pause and say, "Here lived a great street sweeper who swept his job well." If you can't be a pine at the top of the hill, be a shrub in the valley. Be the best little shrub on the side of the hill. Be a bush if you can't be a tree. If you can't be a highway, just be a trail. If you can't be the sun, be a star. For it isn't by size that you win or fail. Be the best of whatever you are. This book wouldn't be complete if I didn't mention the names of individuals who did outstandingly well with their time. They fought aggressively for their time and converted it. And it is my firm belief that their example will enable you to understand where you have been, and how you can better move forward. It is also my desire that the exemplary acts of these individuals that are chronicled in the next chapter will be emulated by this current generation. No one is better than you. Nuggets. 1. The more control you have over your time, the more time you have to be channeled into whatever you want to become. 2. You can either channel your time into adding value to yourself to become something that you wish to see yourself become. Or you can channel your time into making a concrete product that you want to use to change or make the world a better place. 3. Your life is full of time wasters that you must cut off, even if you will need to do away with something like your phone. For, while many of the poor in my study said they read regularly, 79% admitted that they read strictly for entertainment. Only 11% of the rich said they read for entertainment. Instead, they focused their reading on self-education, biographies of successful individuals, career-related reading, self-help, history, and money matters. 5. The quickest route to greatness and promotion is problem-solving. And the potential for solving problems lies in your purpose. I almost missed it. 6. You are already designed to do some things better than other people. There are things you do with ease and you enjoy doing them. There are things you are passionate about. God has designed you to come and be a solution to a problem. Go ahead, discover it, understand it, and convert your time to fulfill that purpose. 7. Those who do their work with excellence eventually have better and bigger opportunities. Chapter 10. Here come the stars. No one is better than you. Here come the stars. I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf, and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. J.R.R. Tolkien. I couldn't agree less with the quote above. All you have to do right now is to decide what to do with the time that is given to you. Make the most of every minute that comes. Make the most of every day. What you make of today decides your greatness tomorrow. There are certain men and women who did outstandingly well with their time, converting and investing every day of their lives. Some of them you will get to meet in this chapter. They have achieved significant things in their lives, and I wouldn't fail to mention. Some have received international recognition for the things they did outstandingly well. In opening this chapter, I would love to point out some of the things they did that made them stand out in their days. It is my firm belief that doing this will enable Here come the stars. You to understand where you have been, and how you can better move forward. It is also my desire that the exemplary acts of these individuals that are chronicled here will be emulated by this current generation. Here are just a few of them for you. These are they who went out of their way to do things worthy of mention. The Imafidons. The Imafidons are Britain's smartest family, and have become international models of academic achievement. Dr. Chris Imafidon and an Imafidon came from Edo State, Nigeria. They left the shores of Nigeria to London over 30 years ago, and made no excuses in educating their 5 children, who have broken national records in education. All of the children have made a list of achievements that continue to grow. If you really want a child to learn anything, find out the best way the child learns, says Imafidon in a story on Black America Web. Every human being has a unique way of learning. Anne-Marie, 23, the eldest child, is multilingual. She speaks 6 languages and graduated from college at age 10. At 13, she was the youngest person to pass the UK's A-level. No one is better than you. Computing exam. She went on to attend Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, and got her master's degree from Oxford University, all before she turned 20 years old. This is the height of time conversion. A man who understands the value of time will achieve anything at any age. Anne-Marie's younger siblings Christina, 19, Samantha, 15, and twins Peter and Paula, 12, have followed in her footsteps. Black America Web reports, Peter and Paula are Great Britain's current highest achievers. At 9 years old they made history as the youngest children in British history to attend high school. They are now in their 3rd year. The children became the youngest to ever pass the University of Cambridge's Advanced Mathematics exam after participating in the Excellence in Education program. They set world records when they passed the A/AS level math papers. Peter Imafidon, who is also a 100m and 400-meter relay champ in London, has said that he would like to serve as Prime Minister one day, and his sister Paula, a county champion in rugby, would like to teach math. It takes courage to grow up and become who you really are. E. Cummings. Here come the stars. Christina is now working as an intern with the Citigroup Corporation, as well as conducting research on mathematics with Oxford University. 15-year-old Samantha Imafidon had passed 2 high school-level mathematics and statistics exams at age 6. She became the youngest girl in the UK to attend secondary school at the age of 9. Michelangelo, 1475–1564. Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni, born March 6, 1475, Caprese, Republic of Florence, Italy, died February 18, 1564, Rome, Papal States. He was an Italian Renaissance sculptor, painter, architect, and poet who exerted an unparalleled influence on the development of Western art. Background: Michelangelo Buonarroti was born to a family that had for several generations belonged to minor nobility in Florence, but had, by the time the artist was born, lost its patrimony and status. His father had only occasional government jobs, and at the time of Michelangelo's birth, he was the administrator of the small dependent town of Caprese. No one is better than you. His work: Michelangelo was considered the greatest living artist in his lifetime, and ever since then, he has been held to be one of the greatest artists of all time. A number of his works in painting, sculpture, and architecture rank among the most famous in existence. Although the frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, Vatican, are probably the best known of his works today, the artist thought of himself primarily as a sculptor. He spent months while on this project at a stretch. If you don't make the time to work on creating the life you want, you're eventually going to be forced to spend a lot of time dealing with a life you don't want. KEMGANG. Michelangelo never had a special background, but he went on to be the greatest artist. He trained, refined and polished his skills for months at a stretch. That's conversion. What are you great at? What have you invested your time in? What do you do with your time? What do you invest your time on that we could talk about long after you are gone? Here come the stars. Ludwig van Beethoven, 1770 to 1827. Ludwig van Beethoven, baptized December 17, 1770, died March 26, 1827, Vienna, Austria. He was a German composer, the predominant musical figure in the transitional period between the classical and Romantic eras. Background: Beethoven was the eldest surviving child of Johann and Maria Magdalena van Beethoven. Though at first quite prosperous, the Beethoven family became steadily poorer with the death of his grandfather in 1773, and the decline of his father into alcoholism. By age 11, Beethoven had to leave school. At 18, he was the breadwinner of the family. His work, widely regarded as the greatest composer who ever lived, Ludwig van Beethoven dominates a period of musical history as no one else before or since. In musical form, he was a considerable innovator, widening the scope of sonata, symphony, concerto, and quartet, while in the Ninth Symphony, he combined the worlds of vocal and instrumental music in a manner never before attempted. No one is better than you. We all have dreams. But in order to make dreams come into reality, it takes an awful lot of determination, dedication, self-discipline, and effort. Jesse Owens: Beethoven's greatest achievement was to raise instrumental music, hitherto considered inferior to vocal, to the highest plane of art. You too can be the greatest composer. You can be the greatest inventor. You can be the greatest in your field. No one is better than you. Thomas Alva Edison, 1847 to 1931. Thomas Alva Edison, born February 11, 1847, Milan, Ohio, U.S. died October 18, 1931, West Orange, New Jersey. He was an American inventor who, singly or jointly, held a world record 1,093 patents. In addition, he created the world's first industrial research laboratory. Background: Edison was the seventh and last child, the fourth surviving of Samuel Edison, Jr., and Nancy Elliott Edison. At an early age, he developed hearing problems, which have been variously attributed, but were most likely due to a familial tendency to mastoiditis. Whatever the cause, Edison's deafness strongly influenced his behavior and career, providing the motivation for many of his inventions. Here come the stars. His work: Edison was the quintessential American inventor in the era of Yankee ingenuity. He began his career in 1863, in the adolescence of the telegraph industry, when virtually the only source of electricity was primitive batteries putting out a low-voltage current. Before he died, in 1931, he had played a critical role in introducing the modern age of electricity. From his laboratories and workshops emanated the phonograph, the carbon button transmitter for the telephone speaker and microphone, the incandescent lamp, a revolutionary generator of unprecedented efficiency, the first commercial electric light and power system, an experimental electric railroad, and key elements of motion picture apparatus, as well as a host of other inventions. There's a way to do it better, find it. Thomas A. Edison: he always invented for necessity, with the object of devising something new that he could manufacture. Few men have matched him in the positivity of his thinking. Edison never questioned whether something might be done, only how. Edison's career, the fulfillment of the American dream of rags to riches through hard work and intelligence. No one is better than you. Made him a folk hero to his countrymen. By the time he was in his middle 30s, Edison was said to be the best-known American in the world. When he died, he was venerated and mourned as the man who, more than any other, had laid the basis for the technological and social revolution of the modern electric world. If we did all the things we are capable of, we would literally astound ourselves. Thomas A. Edison. Philip Emeagwali, 1954 to date. Philip Emeagwali, born in 1954, is an Igbo Nigerian-born engineer and computer scientist/geologist who was one of two winners of the 1989 Gordon Bell Prize, a prize from the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, IEEE, for his use of a connection machine supercomputer to help analyze petroleum fields. He performed the world's fastest calculation at 3.1 billion calculations per second. This calculation was remarkable not only because it was twice as fast as the previous world record, but also because of the method used to achieve this phenomenal task. Rather than use a multi-million-dollar supercomputer, Emeagwali used the internet to access 65,536 small computers simultaneously, called massively parallel computers. Here come the stars. This technology is revolutionizing the oil industry as it is used to help simulate how to recover oil from oil fields, thus helping oil-producing nations to efficiently extract more oil and increase their oil revenues. It is also applicable to the field of meteorology as it can be used to help predict weather patterns for the next 100 years forecast. George Washington Carver, 1861 to 1943. George Washington Carver, born 1861, near Diamond Grove, Missouri, U.S. died January 5, 1943, Tuskegee, Alabama. He was an American agricultural chemist, agronomist, and experimenter whose development of new products derived from peanuts, groundnuts, sweet potatoes, and soybeans helped revolutionize the agricultural economy of the South. For most of his career, he taught and conducted research at the Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute, now Tuskegee University, in Tuskegee, Alabama. To me, he is one of the greatest inventors to have graced the earth. Continuous effort, not strength or intelligence, is the key to unlocking our potential. Winston Churchill. No one is better than you. Background: Carver was born into slavery, the son of a slave woman named Mary, owned by Moses Carver. During the American Civil War, the Carver farm was raided, and infant George and his mother were kidnapped and taken to Arkansas to be sold. Moses Carver was eventually able to track down young George, but was unable to find Mary. 99% of the failures come from people who have the habit of making excuses. George Washington Carver, frail and sick, the motherless child, was returned to his master's home and nursed back to health. With the complete abolition of slavery in the United States in 1865, George was no longer a slave. Nevertheless, he remained on the Carver plantation until he was about 10 or 12 years old, when he left to acquire an education. He spent some time wandering about, working with his hands and developing his keen interest in plants and animals. After a university in Kansas refused to admit him because he was black, Carver matriculated at Simpson College, Indianola, Iowa, where he studied piano and art, subsequently transferring to Iowa State Agricultural College, Ames, Iowa, where he received a bachelor's degree in agricultural science in 1894 and a Master of Science degree in 1896. Here come the stars. Carver left Iowa for Alabama in the fall of 1896 to direct the newly organized Department of Agriculture at the Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute, a school headed by noted Black American educator Booker T. Washington. At Tuskegee, Washington was trying to improve the lot of Black Americans through education and the acquisition of useful skills rather than through political agitation. He stressed conciliation, compromise, and economic development as the paths for Black advancement in American society. Despite many offers elsewhere, Carver would remain at Tuskegee for the rest of his life. His work after becoming the Institute's Director of Agricultural Research in 1896, Carver devoted his time to research projects aimed at helping Southern agriculture, demonstrating ways in which farmers could improve their economic situation. He conducted experiments in soil management and crop production, and directed an experimental farm. He could stay on such research for days, locked up and without food. Anything will give up its secrets if you love it enough. Not only have I found that when I talk to the little flower or to the little peanut they will give up their secrets, but I have found that when I silently commune with people, they give up their secrets also if you love them enough. George Washington Carver. No one is better than you. At this time, agriculture in the Deep South was in steep decline, because the unremitting single-crop cultivation of cotton had left the soil of many fields exhausted and worthless, and erosion had then taken its toll on areas that could no longer sustain any plant cover. As a remedy, Carver urged Southern farmers to plant peanuts and soybeans. As members of the legume family, these plants could restore nitrogen to the soil, while also providing the protein so badly needed in the diet of many Southerners. Carver found that Alabama's soils were particularly well suited to growing peanuts and sweet potatoes, but when the state's farmers began cultivating these crops instead of cotton, they found little demand for them on the market. One man. 300 inventions. No books ever go into my laboratory. The thing I am to do and the way are revealed to me the moment I am inspired to create something new. Without God to draw aside the curtain, I would be helpless. Only alone can I draw close enough to God to discover His secrets. George Washington Carver. Here come the stars. In response to this problem, Carver set about enlarging the commercial possibilities of the peanut and sweet potato through a long and ingenious program of laboratory research. He ultimately developed 300 derivative products from peanuts, among them milk, flour, ink, dyes, plastics, wood stains, soap, linoleum, medicinal oils, and cosmetics, and 118 from sweet potatoes, including flour, vinegar, molasses, ink, a synthetic rubber, and postage stamp glue. In 1914, at a time when the boll weevil had almost ruined cotton growers, Carver revealed his experiments to the public, and increasing numbers of the South's farmers began to turn to peanuts, sweet potatoes, and their derivatives for income. The much exhausted land was renewed, and the South became a major new supplier of agricultural products. When Carver arrived at Tuskegee in 1896, the peanut had not even been recognized as a crop, but within the next half-century, it became one of the 6 leading crops throughout the United States and, in the South, the second cash crop, after cotton, by 1940. In 1942, the U.S. government allotted 2,023,428 hectares, 5 million acres, of peanuts to farmers. Carver's efforts had finally helped liberate the South from its excessive dependence on cotton. No one is better than you. His honors. Among Carver's many honors was his election to Britain's Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures, and Commerce, London, in 1916, and his receipt of the Spingarn Medal in 1923. Late in his career, he declined an invitation to work for Thomas A. Edison at a salary of more than $100,000 a year. When you can do the common things of life in an uncommon way, you will command the attention of the world. George Washington Carver. Presidents Calvin Coolidge and Franklin D. Roosevelt visited him, and his friends included Henry Ford and Mohandas K. Gandhi. Foreign governments requested his counsel on agricultural matters. Joseph Stalin, for example, in 1931 invited him to superintend cotton plantations in southern Russia and to make a tour of the Soviet Union, but Carver refused. Dear friends, they must have practiced some principles that distinguished them. If not, how come these people moved from nowhere to become the best? What made them the greatest at what they do? Why do we still remember and write about them long after they are gone? And for those still alive, what made them exceptional? What could make a single man have 300 inventions to his? Here come the stars. Name? What about being the smartest family in the world? What makes the impossible seems possible for these ones? These are they that invested their life. These are they that have converted their time judiciously. These are they that converted their time into some value. These are they that converted their time into some product. These are they that converted their time into some value chain that is now working for them. It's time we all stood up to the challenge and make the world a better place. It's time you take your destiny into your own hands and chart a course for your greatness. It's time you begin to bring out the best in you. There is no difference between you and the above individuals, some were even slaves. So, get up on your feet and begin converting your time. Nuggets. 1. There is no drawing against the tomorrow. You must live in the present on today's deposits. 2. I don't think there is anyone, no matter how British or red your passport is, that doesn't feel the sting of what is happening to your green heritage, Nigeria. 3. If you put 3 million people on the streets of Lagos out there working at night, you will need to power them, and that will provide light. There will not be enough darkness for thieves to think they can operate. 4. There is a direct correlation between national development and business development. 5. If a nation is progressing, the nation will prosper. 6. I challenge you, my friend, to discover the treasure you are freely given each day. 7. Find the best in that sphere, copy the best and improve on the best. 8. Stand up tall, take a stand and decide that you as an individual and a citizen of Nigeria will bring about the jaw-dropping change that you desire for the nation. Chapter 11. There is no limitation in God. No one is better than you. There is no limitation in God. Having exclusively exemplified how various individuals, families, cities and nations have maximized, invested and converted time, I think it's high time you began. I think it's high time you invested your time. Listen, my dear, I want to take you to a place where eagles fly. I want to take you from the low places of life and take you to a place where greatness lives. I want you to begin to soar higher than you've ever soared. But you must note that every change requires a shaking, and this is going to be a shaking for you. It is going to be a mental shaking. It is going to be a theological shaking. And if you survive this shaking, then you will be able to soar and go ahead in life. Every great man has gone through this shaking while trying to convert their time. Believe in yourself. Have faith in your abilities. Without a humble but reasonable confidence in your own powers, you cannot be successful or happy. Norman Vincent Peale. There is no limitation in God. On this earth, for you to become anything, you can be limited by how much you believe in yourself, not in God. God has already done everything from His own side. Now, He is waiting for you to believe Him, and to believe in yourself. You are not waiting on God. God is waiting on you to believe that you can do and become anything. He is waiting for you to believe that He is in you. He is waiting for you to believe that there is nothing you cannot do. He is waiting for you to believe that you are capable of doing exploits. There is no progress without a change of position. It could be a change of mental position, which I call mind shift. But I am more concerned here about how you spend your time, and how to begin to convert your time, because until you begin to convert your time, greatness will continue to elude you. This is going to be a shaking about your time management, and you will begin to see time in a different light. And this is the shaking that will birth a new mindset in you that no one is better than you. A necessary paradigm shift. You have to believe in God. But more than that, you've got to believe in yourself. Until you believe in yourself, it doesn't matter how much you believe in God. The problem is not you believing in God. There is no limitation in God. But there is a limitation in you. No one is better than you. You were created limitless. There is nothing you cannot achieve. Nothing. Unknown, only people who believe in themselves are able to do exploit in this world. So you've got to start believing in yourself that yes, I can. That yes, no one is better than me. That yes, I can be great if I start converting and investing my time. If you are like an ordinary person now, doing ordinary things, it's because you know the same things that ordinary people know. If you only know the same things that ordinary people know, it means that you are just going to be like others, having the same lifestyle and probably the same level of achievement. What makes people different is because of what they know. For you to achieve and attain the results that ordinary people cannot attain, you must have an understanding that ordinary people don't have. You must understand something that the rest of the world does not understand. Unfortunately, religion has made us overemphasize the role of God in the success of human on earth. But in reality, you need more faith in self than in God to be successful on earth. You need more faith in self than in God to be successful on earth. You need more faith in self than in God to be successful on earth. But you need faith in God to go to heaven. There is no limitation in God. Start taking advantage of the wealth of time. I warned you earlier that this is going to be a mental and theological shaking. God has blessed us all and given every one of us what we need to be great. And that is time. If non-Christians convert their time, they will be great. If Christians convert their time, they will be great too. No exceptions, no favorites. We have been blessed with equal wealth and time, and the believers need to start taking advantage of this. Because we are better placed than the people we envy today. We have access to things the world has not heard of, seen, or experienced. It's high time we woke up from our slumber and begin to manifest as the sons of God. You might be successful on the earth without faith in God. And you can be successful without faith in God, but then you will be successful on the earth and a failure in heaven, because faith in God is a necessity to make heaven. But faith in God is not a compulsory factor for you to be successful on the earth. If faith in God alone is a necessity for you to be successful on earth, then why is it that the Chinese, who are mostly communist and atheist, are successful and have built the second largest economy in the world? Why is it that the Muslims in Middle East, who don't even believe in Jesus, who believes and pray to Allah, are more successful than most Christians? No one is better than you. If faith in God is needed for success, why is it that Europe, that doesn't even recognize God anymore, where most people are atheist and agnostics, are more successful on earth than most people who believe in God? God has blessed both believers and non-believers equally with time. He has given both churchgoers and non-churchgoers equal time. Or don't rain fall on all of us? Is it only the Christians that have the sunshine? So it is the conversion of your time that differentiates you from the crowd, not your faith in God. It is the investment of your time that births greatness. You can pray from now till you die, that will not make you great. If you don't believe me, let me give you some statistics before I go ahead. Don't be in a hurry to close this book, because until that religious mindset of yours is shaken and challenged, you will not fly high. Only people who have faith in themselves rule on earth. Only people who have faith in themselves reign on earth. You need to have faith that the conversion of your time will birth greatness. Believe in yourself. Have faith in your abilities. Without a humble but reasonable confidence in your own powers, you cannot be successful or happy. Norman Vincent Peale. There is no limitation in God. Is Bill Gates a prayer warrior? Bill Gates still holds the record as the richest man on earth. He had a vision that every household will have a computer. And thanks to him that we all have computers today. Do you think that it was because of his faith in God that he was able to do that? Do you think that it was because of his faith in God that gave him that dream? Though it might be coming from God, but he doesn't believe it. You think it's because he is the greatest prayer warrior that made him impact the world this much? Maybe you think he reads the Bible more than anyone else? It is not because he has read the Bible from page to page. He doesn't even believe in God. And I'm so sorry for that. I need to get to meet and interact with him, because it breaks my heart that these people who have had tremendous faith in themselves have been able to do what other men have not done. But they are yet to discover the greatest treasure in the world, which is the God of creation. And I will do my very best before I die, or before he dies, to get to him and his wife, to make sure that they get to know the God of creation. The point I'm trying to make is that these men have become who they are because they converted their time coupled with the faith they have in themselves. Not because they go to church every day or sleep in church. But they work hard with an incredible faith in themselves converting. No one is better than you. Their time into what they represent today. Everything that you need to become successful is inside you. Harsh Malik, this is the way God has created the world to function. He placed everything you need to succeed inside you already. All that is left to do now is to convert the treasure He has given you into concrete, valuable products and service. And this can only be possible with a strong sense of self-belief. God has removed Himself from the equation. So go ahead and achieve greatness in whatsoever you wish with your time. If not, What then is the essence of time that God gave us if we can do nothing without Him? Why did He give us brains? What's the essence of His investment in you and me? This is not because God is not necessary, because even though you are successful on the earth, if you die without knowing God personally, you will still go to hell. So, what's the gain? What's the good of it? We know that. But that's not my point here. There is no limitation in God. Religion has become the opium of the masses. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the masses. Karl Marx, my point is, don't be so religious. They have gone to another extreme, but we Christians have gone to another extreme too. We have gone to the extreme of thinking we cannot do anything without God. We have gone to the extreme of thinking we cannot do anything without prayer. We have gone to the extreme of thinking we cannot do anything without the Bible. We have gone to the extreme of thinking we cannot do anything without going to church. That is another extreme, just as extreme as these atheists have gone. They too have gone to another extreme, thinking that they can do everything without God. Wait a minute, you know the reason why you have long-lasting electric bulbs. You know who invented the electric bulb? It is the handiwork of Thomas Edison, thanks to whom you have light in your room. Unfortunately, he is an atheist. He didn't believe in God. My next question is this: can we call him a failure on earth? Can we say he lived a great life on earth? Will you call a man that made you operate your laptop on the go a failure on earth? Did they accomplish anything? No one is better than you. Is spreading the gospel easier with their inventions or not? Did Thomas Edison subdue darkness at night? Did he make you serve God better? Common. Can you have night vigils in the dark? What about driving at night without streetlights and headlamps on your car? Bill Gates is not just a huge success. Thomas Edison was not just a huge success in his time, but even hundreds of years after his demise. This is the power of conversion and self-belief. For His name's sake. In the natural, these people are some of the greatest achievers of our generation. They are some of the greatest minds of our generation. Then, what is common to all of them? The common denominator in all of them is their faith in themselves. This is what made them achieve what they achieved even when they don't believe in God. The whole earth has been created in such a way that everything will function perfectly. When God was done with creation, He said it is good. Everything God created is good. It is excellent. And this means it can function by itself. God has created everything to function by itself without any interference. Everything has been created to. There is no limitation in God. Function perfectly without even the interference of God. There is truly no goal or obstacle that you cannot overcome. Have an undying amount of faith, and be sure to step out on it time after time, so that you will continue to grow for the rest of your lifetime. Unknown God has also put everything under certain laws and principles that even if you don't believe in Him, even if you hate Him, the laws will still work for you. For example, you don't have to believe in God for rain to fall, neither do you have to believe in God for the sun to shine. And these two things are very important for life on earth. God is working not because you believe in Him or not. He is working because of His integrity. He works for His name's sake. For example, when you buy an Apple product, either a phone or laptop, you have confidence that the phone will work. Now, Apple makes this product of good quality and in perfect condition not because they know you will buy it. They did so because they have their name at stake. They did so because they have their integrity at stake. They did so because they have the logo of the company on their entire product. Their name matters more than your belief in them. So even if you don't like the company, the product will still work for you. Your love or hatred and your belief. No one is better than you. Or disbelieve in the company does not really matter. When you press a button on the phone, it will give you the same result it will give someone who doesn't like or believe in their products. It is their signature at the back of all their products that matters more to them. They won't make a special phone or laptop for those who love or believe in their company. Similarly, the earth is God's handiwork. Therefore, God's name is more important to him. So, when you apply the principles that operate on earth, you will get the results. Believing in God is good, but believing in God alone will not make you great. You've got to believe in yourself. You've got to have confidence in your abilities. You've got to convert your time to nurture your skills and gifts. You've got to convert your time. You can have anything you want if you want it badly enough. You can be anything you want to be, do anything you set out to accomplish if you hold to that desire with singleness of purpose. Abraham Lincoln. If God has given each and every one of us time, then if you convert that time you will get the results of conversion, which is greatness. If you convert, maximize and invest your time, the earth and its resources will favor you. If you convert the time you have each day effectively, you will realize that you can be anything you want to become. There is no limitation in God. Seed time and harvest. The earth is created to function by laws and principles. The earth is not created to function by prayers or faith in God alone. The earth is not created to function by miracles or fantasies. God did not create the earth in such a way that you must believe in him before things will work. No. The earth will work whether you believe in him or not. Either you hate him or not, the earth will still work. The earth is working not because of you, not because of your prayers, not because of your belief, not because you read the Bible or not, but because of God's integrity and faithfulness to himself. He created everything to function according to who he is. He created everything to function after his nature. If you believe in God, there are added advantages. There are certain things you will have access to that others who don't believe won't have access to. But then, you must also know and believe God right. But most people just believe God religiously, and that's why you are yet to experience the added advantages. That's why we've not been able to impress those that don't have faith in God. God is working not because you pray or not. He is working not because you believe or not. He is working because of his integrity. Everything on earth is working because of his faithfulness to himself. It is working and will keep working because of his faithfulness to his word. No one is better than you. And he has said in Matthew 5:17-18 amp. 17 Do not think that I came to do away with or undo the law of Moses, or the writings of the prophets. I did not come to destroy but to fulfill. 18 For I assure you and most solemnly say to you, until heaven and earth pass away, not the smallest letter or stroke of the pen will pass from the law until all things, which it foreshadows, are accomplished. And the same Bible told you that while the earth remains, seedtime and harvest, cold and heat, winter and summer, and day and night shall not cease. Gen 8:22 amp. Therefore, I can confidently tell you that if you sow the seed of time conversion, you will reap a harvest of greatness. If you invest your time, you cannot live a life of mediocrity. If you maximize your time, you will stand before kings and not mean men. If you convert your time effectively, it will take you to places you never dreamt possible. Conversion of time has turned lives around, and it will turn yours around. For the better. It has elevated nations. It has changed the stories of businesses. It has made bad students the best. It has transformed industries. It has given birth to inventions. Begin maximizing, converting, and investing your time today. No one is better than you, they only converted better. There is no limitation in God. Trust in yourself. Your perceptions are often far more accurate than you are willing to believe. Claudia Black. Nuggets. 1. You have to believe in God. But more than that, you've got to believe in yourself. 2. Until you believe in yourself, it doesn't matter how much you believe in God. 3. Only people who believe in themselves are able to do exploit in this world. For if you are like an ordinary person now, doing ordinary things, it's because you know the same things that ordinary people know. 5. Faith in God is a necessity to make heaven. But faith in God is not a compulsory factor for you to be successful on the earth. 6. God has blessed both believers and non-believers equally with time. He has given both churchgoers and non-churchgoers equal time. 7. God has also put everything under certain laws and principles that even if you don't believe in Him, even if you hate Him, the laws will still work for you. 8. If you sow the seed of time conversion, you will reap a harvest of greatness. Chapter 12. There is nothing impossible for you. No one is better than you. There is nothing impossible for you. Congratulations for making it thus far with me in this book. If you are still here, then you are the real deal. This shows you are ready to learn the exact steps it will take to begin maximizing, converting, and investing your time. Imagine there is a bank that credits your account each morning with $86,400. It carries over no balance from day to day. Every evening deletes whatever part of the balance you failed to use during the day. What would you do? Draw out every cent? Of course. Guess what? Each of us has such a bank. Its name is time. Every morning, it credits you with 86,400 seconds. Every night it writes off, as lost, whatever of this you have failed to invest to good purpose. It carries over no balance. It allows no overdraft. Each day it opens a new account for you. Each night it burns the remains of the day. If you fail to use the day's deposits, the loss is yours. There is no going back. There is no drawing against the tomorrow. You must live in the present on today's deposits. Invest it so as to get from it the utmost in health, happiness, and success. The clock is running. Make the most of today. There is nothing impossible for you. To realize the value of 1 year, ask a student who has failed his final exam. To realize the value of 1 month, ask the parent of a premature baby. To realize the value of 1 week, ask the editor of a weekly newspaper. To realize the value of 1 day, ask a daily wage laborer who has a large family to feed. To realize the value of 1 hour, ask lovers who are waiting to meet. To realize the value of 1 minute, ask a person who has missed the train, the bus, or a plane. To realize the value of 1 second, ask a person who has survived an accident. To realize the value of 1 millisecond, ask the person who has won a silver medal at the Olympics. Treasure every moment that you have. Guard it with everything you've got. And remember that time waits for no one. Therefore, how well do you spend your $86,400 daily? How well do you guard your 86,400 seconds daily? How well you spend this amount of time daily is a pointer to your greatness as an individual. How well a nation spends this same amount of time is a pointer to her growth and development. It's time to act. They always say time changes things, but you actually have to change them yourself. Andy Warhol. It's time to act. It's time to start ruling and reigning on earth. It's time you begin converting your time into concrete value chain. You have all you need already. All these past years are for your glory tomorrow. Look beyond what you call your disabilities. You read in the previous chapters about Thomas Edison, and a host of others including Bill Gates who doesn't believe in God, but thanks to them, they've made serving God better in different ways. Definitely, this book was been typed and you know how much Bill Gates contributed to making everyone own a personal computer in his generation. It is his vision, dream, and belief in himself that made it possible. There is nothing impossible for you. Why am I still talking about self-belief? Because believing in God alone won't make you great. If you don't believe in yourself on earth, even if you believe in God more than Moses did, you will still not be able to rule on earth. Even if you believe in God more than Paul did, you will still not be able to reign on earth. That is why when it came to a point when Moses only believed in God, but did not believe in himself, God could not send him forth on the assignment to Pharaoh. Before he could go and be effective in his calling, God needed to be convinced that Moses believes in himself. But Moses said to God, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" Exo 3:11 NIV, don't deny the world of your genius. God had to sit with him in the wilderness and begin to give him evidence of how much he can do. God stayed with him until he began to believe in himself. Until Moses believed in himself, he could not go forth to go and deliver the assignment of God. Are you asking the same question Moses asked God many years ago? Is lack of confidence and self-belief holding you back? Are you expecting God to give you a new "No one is better than you" set of skills, change your country, change your story or background before you start ruling on earth? If Moses had refused to believe in himself, it might take another 40 years before God could prepare someone else to deliver the Israelites. Don't be the reason why the educational system is still crawling because you don't believe you are good enough to add value to the educational system. Don't be the reason why the economy of your country is still crawling. As soon as you trust yourself, you will know how to live. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Don't delay God's agenda to deliver quality education to your sphere of influence. Don't deny us the solution your ministry has brought us. Don't deny the world of your innovative ideas in the media industry. You've got to believe in yourself. You've got to believe in yourself. You've got to believe in yourself. When that is achieved, begin to convert your time effectively to deliver your assignment to the world. The world is waiting for your greatness. We are all waiting to see the treasure in you unveil. We are all waiting to see the solution God has placed in you. But all these will only manifest when you believe in yourself and begin to convert, maximize, and invest your time into your promised land. There is nothing impossible for you. God will not come and do the work when you are here. Even though Moses believed in God, his belief in God was not enough, because God will not come and do the work on earth when you are here. It's not enough to believe in God, you have to believe in His ability in you. I mean, you reading this. You have to believe in you. Until Moses believed in himself, God could not send him forth. Until he believed in himself, God could not let him go. God stayed with him and began to convince him, "I am your God, I have called you, I will be with you." And God said, "I will be with you." Exodus 3, NIV. Verse 12. God said to Moses, "I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites, I am has sent me to you." Verse 14. Further in chapter 3, and in the following chapters, God was giving him all kinds of argument for him to believe he can do it. The same thing with David. David said, "I'm the least in my father's house." God had to convince him first. He gave him victory over the bear. God started taking David a step. No one is better than you. At a time to have more confidence and believe himself. Because God knows that if he does not get this man to believe in himself, even his faith in God alone cannot help him. No matter what amount of faith you have in God on earth, you will not be able to function effectively without having faith in yourself. You cannot function effectively on earth until you begin to believe in yourself. Until you believe in yourself, you cannot do exploits in this world. Also noteworthy is the story of Gideon. 12. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him, and said to him, "The Lord is with you, O brave man." 13. But Gideon said to him, "Please my Lord, if the Lord is with us, then why has all this happened to us? And where are all his wondrous works which our fathers told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up from Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and put us into the hand of Midian." 14. The Lord turned to him and said, "Go in this strength of yours and save Israel from the hand of Midian. Have I not sent you?" 15. But Gideon said to him, "Please Lord, how am I to rescue Israel? Behold, my family is the least significant in Manasseh, and I am the youngest, smallest, in my father's house. Judges 6:12-15 amp. There is nothing impossible for you. Gideon, like Moses, never believed in himself also. But what interests me most with these stories is the fact that God did not just tell them to go and I'll do it through you. He stayed with them, convinced them, talked self-belief into them until they believed in themselves. This shows that despite the fact that God will work through you to accomplish His task on earth, He also wants you to believe in His investments in your life. God wants to work through you. God convinced Gideon that He will be with him, like He told Moses also, in a quest to make them believe in themselves. To rule on earth, to be great on the earth, to have an impact on the earth, to reign on earth, you need strong faith in yourself, coupled with aggressive conversion of your time. Because these people already had faith in God, they believed Him, they heard of the wondrous works God did, but that is not enough. But when you believe in yourself, begin to use that energy to convert your time into concrete value chain. The energy and ideas will begin to flow out of your self-belief. Begin to convert your time into knowledge and wisdom. Begin to convert your time into solutions to the problems facing your land of promise. No one is better than you. 16 The Lord answered him, I will certainly be with you, and you will strike down the Midianites as if they were only one man. Judges 6:16 amp. This is the promise God is giving you today. God will be with you, and you will strike down any mountain of ignorance in your field. God will strike any mountain of corruption in your land through you. God will transform and deliver the land through you. Innovative ideas are coming from your bosom. Groundbreaking and record-breaking solutions are born through you. You are a solution to the world. You are the answer that the world has been waiting for in politics. You are the answer that the world has been waiting for in the educational sector. You are a solution to your nation's economy. Businesses that will transform the land are coming through you. The sports industry, trade, economy, technology, and science are waiting for your manifestation. It doesn't matter if you are the least qualified, least educated, smallest, shortest, tallest, most intelligent, richest, poorest, you can be anything you want to be through the currency of time. You can be anything you want to be through the conversion of time. You can be anything you want to be by effectively maximizing and investing your time. There is nothing impossible for you. Moses, David, and Gideon are not better than you. They believed in themselves first, and then they converted better. And you are not an exception. No one is better than you, they only converted better. Pluripotent stem cell. Time is what I will liken to a pluripotent stem cell in biology that could be transformed into any type of cell in the human body. Time is a universal wealth given in equal measure that could be converted into anything you want in life. Therefore, invest your time, don't waste it. Maximize your time, don't spend it. Convert your time, don't trivialize it. Time is the greatest resource that God has given to mankind. Time must be converted, and that is what makes the difference. If not, all of us are the same, no one is better than you. Some people convert this resource called time, and some others don't. If you learn to convert your time, you can actually convert your time into anything. You can convert your time into money. You can convert your time into products and services. You can convert your time into anything you want. Conversion is proof that you are living a purposeful life. It is proof that your life has been driven by purpose. Only people who are living a purposeful or focused life can. No one is better than you. Talk about converting their time into concrete products or value chains. Find a time and place of solitude. Look into the distance and into the future. Visualize the tomorrow you are going to build and begin to build that tomorrow today. Jonathan Lockwood Huey. Your life is supposed to be a chain or a circle of values produced every minute and hour that you live. Your life must be a chain of activities that is directed at producing results. So creating a value chain is a set of activities that is all directed at bringing out results. I am talking about your daily life activities that are directed at bringing forth results. Because we all engage in different forms of activities daily, but not all of them bring forth tangible results. Most of our activities are just empty. Tap into the wealth of time. Time is something you always have. Time is the resource or the wealth from which everything is made. The next challenge that we all have is converting that resource, which is available to all of us in equal measure, into value chains that produce a desired product or service. There is nothing impossible for you. Your life is time. You wake up in the morning and time begins to roll. That time that is rolling is passing wealth. Just like you tap the potential in flowing water body to turn the turbine and produce electricity, so also should the potential wealth of time be tapped. Amateurs sit and wait for inspiration, the rest of us just get up and go to work. Stephen King. The proof that you are converting your time is the product that is produced. If you only produce once in a while or by accident, that is not effective. You must make every minute that passes produce something. Begin to get involved in activities that produce results for you. Activities without results is a waste. It means you are just wasting time, and in essence, wasting life. You have to constantly question yourself, does every minute of my life produce something? Have you turned your life into a value chain? Are you constantly converting your time? No one is better than you. Things will be easier if. It's not enough to have faith in yourself, you have to move further to work on your promised land. And the interesting part of it is that if you are laboring in your area of calling, things will be much easier. Because your area of calling brings out what is already in you. It brings out what is inbuilt in you. When you work, even though the work could be challenging or tough, the fact that you know it's what you are made to do gives you extra energy, and that makes the work easier. So how does working on your calling help you convert your time? Let's say you are gifted in music. Things will be easier because everything you hear, watch or read can be converted into improving your musical skills. Similarly, if you are gifted in writing, everything that you read could be converted into improving this skill. This brings you into a value chain production automatically, because you know what your calling is and everything that comes your way is directed towards improving and making this skill better. This will also guide you on places you go, friends to have, and what to invest and convert your time into. There is nothing impossible for you. To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Constantly improve on yourself. The next thing you will want to put in place to be able to convert your time effectively is developing and refining your gifts and potentials. If you are gifted in music, don't leave it in the raw form. Just as gold, diamond, and other expensive stones must be refined before they can cost that much, so also your gifts must be polished and refined. Put a system in place of polishing your gift. The fact that you are good in music doesn't mean that you will be competitive. Just pick a goal you truly want to achieve, and take a clear-eyed look at your weaknesses, not so you'll feel less confident, but so you can determine exactly what you need to work on. Then get to work. Celebrate small successes. Analyze your weaknesses. Keep going. As you gain skill, you'll also gain a feeling of genuine confidence, one that can never be taken away because you've earned it. No one is better than you. If you know what you are good at and you don't develop, refine and polish it, or add value to your gift, it will never be able to reward you. That's why you see so many people that are good or talented in something, but it cannot feed them. Ford Motors started as a local American company but improved, and it's now international. Adidas started as a local German company but improved, and it's now known and bought around the world. This mentality of improving your skills and becoming excellent with whatever you indulge in is what I earnestly yearn for, in a nation like Nigeria. For example, there is a group of innovative and hardworking individuals in Aba, a city in the eastern part of Nigeria, but their hard work seems not to be appreciated by the populace. And I ask why? The reason is because of its perceived subpar quality and lack of proper packaging. ABA made, as it's popularly called in Nigeria, is synonymous with inferior quality. ABA made. ABA is perhaps one of the oldest commercial centers in modern Nigeria, its growth stemming from the infamous days of slave trading when the city was used as a route for transporting slaves. There is nothing impossible for you. The city grew into a mega commercial center when a military outpost was created by the British colonial rulers, subsequently becoming a British administrative center. This was followed by the building of a railway stop in the city. The rail track connected several states in the country, thus giving ABA vantage advantage. The presence of a military post and a rail collection/stop point made ABA an attractive center for skilled artisans, traders, agriculturists, adventurers and educated folks from across the old eastern region, which, at that time, was a combination of the present southeast states and much of the south states. ABA grew steadily and was reputed as the Japan of Africa, and products from ABA were famed across Nigeria, and maybe across Africa. Reputed among ABA-made products are the footwear produced in the city. The shoes are mostly made in the famed Ariaria International Market, one of the largest markets in West Africa. ABA is home to lots of artisans who make shoes, bags, belts, clothes, etc. ABA products have, in recent years, become equated with poor quality and inferiority, with several Nigerians saying they won't patronize ABA-made products because of its perceived subpar quality and lack of proper packaging. No one is better than you. But I challenge you, it is high time ABA-made stopped meaning inferior quality. ABA has a lot of potentials and people with gifts. They just need to be developed, improved and polished. What is wrong with ABA-made competing with Italian suits and belts? Don't wait until everything is just right. It will never be perfect. There will always be challenges, obstacles, and less than perfect conditions. So what? Get started now. With each step you take, you will grow stronger and stronger, more and more skilled, more and more self-confident, and more successful. Mark Victor Hansen. If need be, get all the training necessary. You have to get all the training necessary and come up with something that can only be compared to the best in the world. Whatever field or sphere of life you are involved with, only think in terms of the best in the world. If we all did the things we are capable of doing, we would literally astound ourselves. Thomas Alva Edison. There is nothing impossible for you. You can change. You can become better. You can improve your skills. You can be the best. You can become all this because you have time, and it can be converted into knowledge that will improve your products and services. Don't leave your gifts, talents, or potentials in the raw form. Develop, refine, and polish them. Your gift will only be able to feed you and be an effective value chain for you if you make sure you improve on it. You must improve your gift. You must invest in your gift. We can make our very own ABA a production center that manufactures goods and services worthy of international standards. That alone can go a long way to improving the economy, the value of our currency, and so much more. If Ford Motors can do it, why can't innocent vehicles manufacturing in Nigeria be international too? If Adidas is sold worldwide, why can't ABA made be known worldwide also? Why can't the business you represent be known around the world too? Who told you your company can't be international? No single nation is better than another. No business is better than the other. No one is better than you. The nations, businesses, brands, or people that appear better are only better because they converted their time. Here is the key: have faith in yourself and convert by working on your gifts. Improve on your potentials. Cultivate your promised land. No one is better than you. Low self-confidence isn't a life sentence. Self-confidence can be learned, practiced, and mastered just like any other skill. Once you master it, everything in your life will change for the better. Barry Davenport. There is nothing impossible for you. Nuggets. 1. Look beyond what you call your disabilities. 2. Don't be the reason why the educational system is still crawling because you don't believe you are good enough to add flavor to the educational system. 3. No matter what amount of faith you have in God on earth, you will not be able to function effectively without having faith in yourself. 4. Energy and ideas flow out of your self-belief. 5. It doesn't matter if you are the least qualified, least educated, smallest, shortest, tallest, most intelligent, richest, poorest, you can be anything you want to be through the currency of time. 6. Conversion is a proof that you are living a purposeful life. It is a proof that your life has been driven by purpose. 7. Your life must be a chain of activities that is directed at producing results. 8. If you know what you are good at and you don't develop, refine and polish it or add value to your gift, it will never be able to reward you. 9. You have to get all the training necessary and come up with something that can only be compared to the best in the world. Whatever field or sphere of life you are involved with, only think in terms of the best in the world. Chapter 13. What next? No one is better than you. What next? Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow has not yet come. We only have today. Let us begin. Mother Teresa, as I draw to a close, I'll also like you to end with this thought in mind: we only have today. So let's live each day as it comes. Let's maximize every day God bless us with. Let's invest every hour He gives us. Let's live in the consciousness of constantly converting our time. Like I made mention of in the previous chapter, that it will be easier if you invest your time into your gifting or calling. A major key to knowing what that gifting, calling, or hidden talent is what you do without knowing that time is passing. What you do without noticing time is a pointer to what to convert. What do you do without noticing time? Before you convert, you need to know what to convert, and what you do without noticing time answers this question. What next? No one is better than you because we all have just 24 hours to live at a time. And every one of us is born with a special gift, talent, purpose, or calling. There is something you can do better than everybody else. There is a question you have an answer to. There is a land only you can conquer. Your calling is in what you can do without noticing the time. It is important to bring to your notice here that this is not about whiling away time. Anybody can do stupid stuff. Anybody can spend time foolishly. What this chapter is talking about is the ability to be so engrossed in serious matters without even minding the time. So, your calling is in whatever you are able to go into, devote your time to, immerse yourself into, so much and so deep that you don't even care for the time. You don't care for how long you are there. To the extent that maybe you only have time to eat and take a little rest. Success is no accident. It is hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you are doing or learning to do. Palais. No one is better than you. One day of favor is better than 10 years of labor. Let me tell you more about George Washington Carver. Thanks to him, I got to know the secret of inventions. This slave boy eventually became the man to rescue the economy of Southern America. He used groundnut to produce more money than cotton, that was the major source of revenue during the slave trade era. The man was such a workaholic even though he was a Christian. This is a departure from what a lot of Christians are doing today, consoling themselves with this statement that says, one day of favor is better than 10 years of labor. A dream doesn't become reality through magic, it takes sweat, determination, and hard work. Colin Powell. He was so committed to contributing something to his world, he was so busy inventing, so busy studying plants and nature that he did not have time to marry. He did not have time for women. At times, he will take samples of trees and leaves into the laboratory for research on Monday morning and will not come out for days until his staff and students break the door open. They will knock on the door, but he won't even respond, at times for 5 days at a stretch in the laboratory without food but water. What next? He started doing this from when he was a child of about 5 years old. When he will go to the nearby bush and play there alone. And the people around thought he was not normal. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking. Don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it. Steve Jobs. Dear reader, you are wired up to fulfill something on the earth, and there is no way you will not come across that thing. And when you find it, there is a natural tendency that you want to spend more time doing that thing. It will call or draw you so much that you will feel at home doing it. Can you imagine somebody not eating? It's not that he wasn't hungry. It's not that he wasn't bored. But he is so carried away that he did not even notice. He was satisfied with what he was doing. He loves it. No one is better than you. Conquer every single day. When I was still in Nigeria, there are times that I just want to be on my own and study. I'll start to read like 9 a.m. in the morning until they come and get me to go to the farm. But on days they don't get me to go to the farm, I'll be in the room reading. Then, when it becomes dark in the evening around 7 or 8 p.m., I'm so happy that I've conquered that day, just like I've been able to use that day to conquer a book. I used to feel so much satisfaction. I know of another boy who likes music a lot. The calling that is indwelling in him is what is coming out. That latent gift is finding expression in the boy by what he likes. This calling and gifting have been wired into each and every one of us. The calling that God gave you is right there in your heart. It is buried in your system. So, that calling is what is driving you to want to just immerse yourself into that thing that you are doing. This will just make you feel like using your time and your life for that particular thing. It is your nature. Your calling is in you. It is in your nature. So, it is calling you to love and do some particular things that are consistent with it. What next? And when you reach the place where this understanding overtakes you, that there is no one in the world that will ever love you with the force and power you can love yourself with. That no savior in the form of a spouse or best friend is coming to make you complete, and that you are your own savior, your own best friend, and perhaps the only savior and best friend you will have. You will soar on wings of eagles, and amazing things will happen. A Dunny Badmus. There's an old, but well-known story of a chicken farmer who found an eagle's egg. He put it with his chickens and soon the egg hatched. The young eagle grew up with all the other chickens, and whatever they did, the eagle will do also. He thought he was a chicken, just like them. Since the chickens could only fly for a short distance, the eagle also learned to fly a short distance. He thought that was what he was supposed to do. But that is not his nature. You will never see an eagle of distinction flying low with pigeons of mediocrity. Any ado. No one is better than you. One day the eagle saw a bird flying high above him. He was very impressed. "Who is that?" he asked the chickens around him. "That's the eagle, the king of the birds," the chickens told him. So the eagle realized he can do that also and flies away. If we never had the courage to take a leap of faith, we'd be cheating God out of a chance to mount us up with wings like eagles and watch us soar. Jen Stevens. This short story is addressed to most of us, because that is how we are as well. When we see something that is related to our nature and our calling, you are drawn to it, and that is why you spend more time with those things. What is that thing that you could involve yourself in so much that you will not even care for the time? That is a key to your calling. That is what you should invest your time in. Use that to conquer your day. Every single day you are able to convert is a day you've conquered. What next? Greatness is not reserved for a selected few. So many things are hidden in you that you need time to release them to the world. You are pregnant with solutions and answers, but you need time to deliver. Release what is on your inside. Michelangelo will be in the building. He was painting at times for 3 months at a stretch. Most of the big names you know today that you call celebrities also spend a bunch of time in the studios. In fact, some basically live in the studios. Quite a number of them have studios as part of their house. The likes of Beethoven and Salvador Dali, that's the way they live. They will be practicing like 16 to 18 hours a day. And nobody is pushing or telling them to do it. It's not as if there is a guardian, teacher, or parent somewhere that takes attendance and calculates how many hours they spend in the laboratory or studio. Same thing with Thomas Edison. People like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and Steve Jobs will leave their classmates in the class for hours and at times for days. This is before they
even dropped out of school, studying on programming and software. Thanks to them, we have most of the things we have today. They converted those times into values, products, and services. They did not leave school to play. They left school. No one is better than you. To invest their time in their calling. They left school to invest their time in the area of their gifting. They had a natural inclination to things related to computer and electronic, and they converted their time into better software and computer hardware. Everybody wants to be famous, but nobody wants to do the work. I live by that. You grind hard so you can play hard. At the end of the day, you put all the work in and eventually, it'll pay off. It could be in a year, it could be in 30 years. Eventually, your hard work will pay off. Kevin Hart, all these people are not better than you in any way. There are a lot of people who lived in America during their era that we don't know. So it's not about the country you live in. Steve Jobs was adopted, so it's not about your background. What differentiated them from the rest of the world is conversion. What they did with their time is the difference. No one is better than you. If you can convert your time, you too can be great. Greatness is not reserved for a selected few. It is only reserved for those who are willing to convert their time into concrete values. What is it that you could spend so much time doing that time doesn't count? That is your calling. Ask yourself, is there anything I can fully devote myself to without caring? What next? For how long? If you were supposed to be left alone in one place for a year, what will you prefer to be doing in that place? What will you be spending your time doing? That is what your calling is. The greatest key to conversion is work. God established work as a blessing for mankind and for His kingdom. Work was part of Adam's calling before the fall. His job was to subdue the earth, tend the garden, and manage the animals. Throughout this book, I've been talking about time as the greatest resource that God has given unto us. But work is equally important. Work is the instrument for conversion. It is the tool that helps you invest your time maximally. The purpose of work is for fulfillment. Work is not designed for survival, neither is it designed for salary. The most important function of work is the fact that it helps you to unearth the treasures hidden in you. For example, Thomas Edison through hard work discovered the electricity that was buried in him. Just as the earth is pregnant with precious stones and natural resources, so are we. And just as it requires work to dig up the gold and diamond in the earth, so does it requires hard work to discover and unearth the potentials within you. No one is better than you. I learned the value of hard work by working hard. Margaret Mead, hard work releases the greatness hidden in you. It releases your excellence. That's why work is one of the greatest things God gave to man. Apart from time, work is one of the greatest gifts God gave to mankind. It is rather unfortunate that we've redefined work to just be a means to which we meet our need. Have we not given work a different meaning? Don't we see work as a curse, an obligation, a means of supporting ourselves, or a means of getting rich? Isn't work meant to allow us to exercise dominion over all of God's creation? As kings and priests of the earth, are we not meant to do more work and be more diligent than anyone else? Is excellence not meant to be our motivation and attitude towards work? Shouldn't we be motivated to give our best? But is that what is achieved in our present-day society? My father has been working, and I too am working. I'm so sorry for the way some people trivialize work. I'm so sorry for the way some people behave towards work, what they say about work, and how they talk down on work. As if work is something trivial. This is so sad. What next? Work is the thing that should get you excited the most in life. Please note, not a job, but work. But Jesus answered them, My Father has been working until now, He has never ceased working, and I too am working. John 5:17, amp, Jesus was talking and said, My Father has been working until now, and so I work. God works all the time, even now. You might be very familiar with this passage, and it looks so ordinary, but it's not. If you ask most people,
they will tell you that God stopped working on the seventh day. No. The Bible only said God rested from all his works on the seventh day, but he did not stop working. There is no time that God doesn't work. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Gen 2:2 KJV. Then, why is it that God cannot stop working? Why is it that God works up till now? The reason why God cannot stop working is because, through work, he unveils himself. Work gives God the possibility and opportunity to unveil himself in a new dimension each time he works. No one is better than you. When God says let there be light, he displays and unveils himself as light. Every time God works, he is revealing himself. Work allows God to renew himself. What comes to my mind right now is a picture of an onion. An onion bulb has layers, and when you peel each layer up, you have a new layer. That is it with God also. That is what work does. Work unveils a new layer, it unveils a new dimension of God you've never experienced before. God is inexhaustible, and the more he works, the newer he becomes. Each time he works, he reveals himself anew to us. If work will do that to God, what do you think work will do for you? When you work, you discover yourself. What this means is that when you work, you discover yourself. Work allows you to discover a new you every time. Work is one of God's instruments for you to discover yourself. When God created time, he also created work as an instrument to convert that time into concrete and physical wealth. Work is a medium through which you will discover the depth of wealth that God has planted in you. It is only through work that you will discover that there is a seed of greatness in you. It is only through work that you will discover that you are not ordinary. It is only through work that you will know that you are greater than what you see. What next? It is only through work that you can effectively maximize the wealth of time. Without hard work, nothing grows but weeds. Gordon B. Hinckley. Benefits of work: it makes us a co-creator with God. Work reveals your creative ability. It increases and improves your skills and abilities. Work is a blessing and makes us a blessing to others. It gives us money to pay for our basic needs. It gives us dignity and respect. It keeps us mentally healthy. When you work, you exercise your mental potentials. When you work, it reveals your gifts. It helps us to discover your potentials. It is the first step out of a life of mediocrity and irrelevance. I have experienced these benefits of work in my life as an individual. Part of God's favor to me was teaching me the essence of work very early in my life. I believe I would still be in the village in Nigeria had I not been forced to work hard. I had learned hard work through very unfortunate. No one is better than you. Circumstances. Though, it became my ladder out of a life of irrelevance and mediocrity. Accept responsibility for your life. Know that it is you who will get you where you want to go, no one else. Les Brown. There is more to discover about yourself. There is so much about yourself that you are yet to discover. When you work mentally like reading, you are adding value to yourself. Now, the more you add value to yourself, the more you discover that you could be better than you are. The more you discover that you could be greater than you are. The more you discover that you could be much more creative than you are. You need to understand that for you, time is not forever. A time will come when either by reason of frailty or death, you will not be able to do the things that you can do now. That is why it's very important to apply yourself as much as you can to maximizing each day now that you can. Stop always thinking that you have got another day to do what you should do today, because you may not. Time, unlike all other assets that a person freely possesses, is truly a limited resource. There is nothing that what next? Anyone can do to increase or reduce time. It is a person's most inflexible asset. Unlike the economic definition of a fixed asset, which is an asset that is not consumed during the normal course of business, for example land, equipment, building, time is an asset that is automatically consumed. It is that inflexible. This quality of time is what underscores the importance of deliberately making the most effective use of your time. Either you use time wisely or not, it continues to count. Right now, as you read this book, time is counting. There is nothing you can do to ever regain the last second. Either you utilized it or not, it's gone forever. 3 things you cannot recover in life: the word after it's said, the moment after it's missed, and the time after it's gone. Be careful. Therefore, the only way to redeem your time is to effectively engage in the conversion of every second, every minute, every hour, and every day. Go ahead and win. Go ahead and reign in life by converting your time into concrete values, products, and services. Then, you will discover that no one is better than you. Blessings. No one is better than you. Nuggets. 1. A major key to knowing what that gifting, calling, or hidden talent is what you do without knowing that time is passing. 2. There is something you can do better than everybody else. There is a question you have an answer to. There is a land only you can conquer. 3. When we see something that is related to our nature and our calling, you are drawn to it, and that is why you spend more time with those things. For so many things are hidden in you that you need time to release them to the world. You are pregnant with solutions and answers, but you need time to deliver. 5. The most important function of work is the fact that it helps you to unearth the treasures hidden in you. 6. When God says let there be light, He displays and unveils Himself as light. Every time God works, He is revealing Himself. Work allows God to renew Himself. 7. Work allows you to discover a new you every time. Work is one of God's instruments for you to discover yourself. Conclusion. Conclusion. Time is most powerful and precious than other things in life, even more than money in this world. Once a precious time goes, it goes forever and never come back, as it runs only in the forward direction and not in the backward direction. It is very true that if one person does not understand the value of time, time also never understands the value of that person. If we destroy our time, time also destroys us very badly. It is true that time and tide wait for none. At a moment, time gives only one chance. If you lose it once, you can never get back. It is a wonderful thing which has no beginning and ending. It is a powerful thing within which things are born, grow, decay, or die. It has not any limitation and boundary, so it moves continuously at its own pace. No one of us has command over time at any stage of life. Neither it can be analyzed nor criticized. Generally, everyone becomes conscious about value and importance of time. However, many of us lose patience during bad situations of life and start wasting time. Time never stops for anybody and never shows kindness to anyone. It is said that time is money. However, I think that we cannot compare time with money, as once money is lost, it can be earned by any means. However, once time is lost, it can never be earned by any means. Time is more than money and other precious things in the universe. The ever-changing time shows the unique property of nature that change is the law of nature. Everything in this world changes according to the time, because nothing is independent of time. People think of how long life is. However, the truth is that life is too short, and we have so many things to do in our life. You should use every moment of your life properly and meaningfully without wasting time. Your daily routine schedule, such as schoolworks, home tasks, hours of sleep, waking time, exercise, eating, working hours, etc., should be well planned and organized according to the time. You should enjoy working hard and never postpone good deeds to work later. You should understand the value of time and use it accordingly in a constructive manner, so that you can be blessed with time, not destroyed with time. I can't wait to hear or read of your exploits. Feel free to write me anytime at pastor@godembassy.org, pastor@godembassy.org. You can also avail yourself of other training materials of mine available on my blog at www.sundayadelajablog.com, www.sundayadelajablog.com.